Okay.
Can you imagine any cut on stuff?
I didn't know those people.
Or not. My neighbors are so nice. Oh, I have a video for you.
Don't have a gavel with me, unfortunately. So welcome everyone to the advisory committee meeting of April 28th. Yeah, potentially a long night. I hope we can be done in short order, but you know us. We have several items on the agenda. We have a public hearing and possible votes on warrant article 2, collective bargaining. Although we have that's Monday, if Anne is not here, then we have to come around. We are going to hear from the subcommittee and discuss the school department's fiscal 27 budget. There's warrant article 4 to close out various accounts from last year, and then there's to renew our discussion on warrant article 8, for which we have a number of items pending, and we have some proposed amendments to the budget to debate. They're included in the packet. So before we start, if there's any member of the public who has joined who wishes to make a comment, this would be the time to drop it into the chat. And seeing none, we're going to start our public hearing on warrant article 2. So I'm going to turn it over to Christine, who may turn it over to Anne, but I'm going to start with Christine. She was.
I'm sorry, I'm running just a few seconds late here, folks.
All right.
So it's always bad when I'm printing things at the last minute. This is basically what's happening is the town is attempting to come to agreements with the collective bargaining with the unions to allow for the standard raise to go through without necessarily bargaining for every issue that either side wants to. Traditionally, what's happened is that we've waited often several years to negotiate a full memorandum of agreement for the next contract, and we include in that retroactive raises. By putting the raises in the year that they're actually going to be paid, it just makes more sense. And so if the union's willing to agree to a raise that is within the town's guidelines, then the town has been going forward with these collective bargaining agreements. If you looked at the memo and the memorandum of agreement here, it's very simply a 1-year 2% raise for the which bargaining unit is it? The engineering division.
As well as dispatchers.
And dispatchers, sorry. And that's basically all that it is. And that's one of the reasons I thought we could do the meeting and the vote on this in one collection. Did I miss anything, Anne?
No, the value for the agreement for engineers is $25,034, and the value for the dispatchers is $18,802.
All right. Are there questions or comments from the committee? All right. So then, in that case, we can close our public hearing and move on to a couple of motions. I don't have the motion language here, unfortunately.
Move to approve the collective bargaining agreement with the Brookline Engineering Division Associates
Ida,
of April 22nd, 2020. What?
as outlined by the Human Resources Director.
Okay. So the first vote is. We have to take two, one for each of these contracts.
Right.
Made motion favorable. Action on. Collective bargaining.
Dennis, I just have a quick question.
1 second, let me just finish typing that. I can answer your question. So this is BETA. As HR or memos. Under one, go ahead, companies.
Yeah. How does this have any effect on bargaining for other units?
So the 2% raise is part of the collective bargaining reserve. And that amount was put aside for all unions for fiscal 26. So it's also the offer we gave to AFSME, and AFSME has a more complicated process this year related to their agreement because we're looking to implement the results of a salary study that was done for DPW positions. So Teamsters and dispatchers was just a straight 2%. So it doesn't impact or change any of the agreements we made with the other unions. And that includes that both police and fire, as part of their overall package, included a 2% general wage increase for both fire and police. And then obviously fire and police had other stipends and other provisions that added to the cost for those contracts.
Thank you.
Any other? Motion for favorable action on the collective bargaining agreement with BETA as outlined in the memo under warrant article 2. I need a second.
Second.
All right. Share my screen. Michael Berger,
Yes.
Harry Boers,
No, he's sorry.
Cliff Brown,
Yes.
Elise Couture-Stone,
Yes.
John Doggett, Harry Frieden,
Yes.
David Mark Goldstein,
Yes.
Neil Gordon,
Yes.
Susan Grana,
Yes.
Perry Grossman,
Yes.
Kelly Hardebeck,
No.
not here, Elisa Jonas,
Yes.
Janice Khan,
Yes.
Brian Ladd,
Yes.
Alec Lebovitz.
Yes.
Carol Levin,
Yes.
Liz Linder. I think she said she
No,
was not
she's
gonna
here.
be.
She's here.
I just joined, but I don't know what this is, so I'm not sure if I should, what is it?
She's abstaining then.
Okay, thanks.
Pam Loaded, not here, Jocelyn Murphy,
Yes.
Donnell O'Neill,
Yes.
Linda Olson Pelkey,
Yes.
Fran Pearl,
Yes.
David Pollack,
Yes.
Carlos Ridgway,
Yes.
Margaret Robotham,
Not here.
not here, Lee Selwyn,
Yes.
Christine Westfall.
Yes.
Okay, so Lisa, by a vote of 21 in favor with 1 abstention, we're recommending favorable action on the BETA collective bargaining agreement. Christine, I assume you're making the same motion, but this time it's with the Teamsters and dispatchers.
Yes. And I think Anne hopefully can give us the number for that. If she's still here, or I can try and,
I'm here. The
Uh,
number for dispatch is $18,802.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Is anyone voting differently for the Teamsters than they voted for BETA? Okay, in that case, that also passes 21-0.
Liz Linder might want to change.
Pardon?
Liz might.
Well,
want
she didn't hear the
Oh.
discussion on either of them, but
That's-
Liz, if you would like to change your vote,
Yeah, I mean, you could put me down, I'm threading the dots, so you could put me down for yes for both if you want.
it's fine.
Thanks.
22-0. All right, so thank you, Chris and Anne. We can move on to discussion of, I believe, we said it was the school department. So Cliff, who's given the report?
I will give the report.
I'd like to share my screen.
Oh, yes, 1 second. Let me do that.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah. Yeah, there's room here, yes. You guys want to come and scooch in potentially, chairs there by Neil, so we can talk to you a little more graciously?
They can join and then Robin and Karen are behind us.
Oh, okay.
Oh, such.
Yeah, you should be set now.
And Mariah.
Okay. All right, so instead of going through the 37-page document that I circulated last week, I am making a presentation that is significantly shorter and I hope covers every relevant point that was sent to you before. Sorry. Like, okay, here's that.
Look at that.
Okay. So, to start off, I want to say that the subcommittee had insufficient time to examine the school's budget request prior to the select board's override decision. And like the expenditure revenue subcommittee, study committee, the subcommittee and the full AC have to rely on what we would consider to be unvetted public school Brookline data. Like every other town department, the schools have prepared an override and a non-override budget for fiscally 27. The school allocations $145,259,571 via the town school partnership. That constitutes the no override budget. And the subcommittee voted 3-0 to recommend favorable action on that budget. The fiscal 27 override budget totals $149,801,901. We met prior to the select board deciding what it was going to be doing, so we couldn't vote that at our first meeting. We met for about 30 seconds earlier this evening, and the subcommittee passed that budget as well by the 3-0.
Wait, both of those said no override. Both of them.
No, it's the FY27 override budget.
There's override, and then there's one that's no override.
No, it says,
Okay.
it said they both say no
Yeah,
override.
well, you're right.
That's all I'm
sorry.
saying.
So
I want to make sure that,
let me adjust that, and
yeah, well, just a later,
you get it.
we get it. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't confused. Yeah.
You're not. Thank you for that. Okay. What's been going on with the schools this year? Continuing a years-long problem, the schools department had substantial turnover in the central administration the past year. Superintendent Wong, a public schools Brookline graduate, came out of retirement and signed a 4-year contract. He is focused on reorganizing the administration and overseeing change to maximize operational efficiencies. When she joined, the district had 2 empty superintendent positions. Those 2 positions, the Office of Student Services and Office of Teaching and Learning, have been filled. Ms. Wong and her team, along with the senior leaders in each school building, have created budgets that all have expense reductions coming primarily from reduced headcounts, regardless of whether or not an override passes. The 3rd vacancy is looming as Dr. Gibbons is retiring. On behalf of the entire advisory committee, we'd like to thank Dr. Gibbons for her work and efforts to install more robust policies and procedures to the public schools of Brookline financial operations and controls over the last 3 years. And Dr. Gibbons last year accomplished something I'd never seen before, an advisory committee meeting, which was a standing ovation from the group. Well deserved. Thank you. Okay, the public school Brookline initial budget forecast was 155.6 million, 9% increase, $12.8 million increase from fiscal 26. Adjusting for the 1.9 needed to replenish the circuit breaker fund, the initial forecast was 10.7 million more than 26, but 10.9 million. Average annual increases from fiscal year 23 to 26 for the school budget were 4.9%. The initial allocation to public school of Brookline was 142 million, which was an $800,000 reduction from fiscal year 26 against the average of 4.9% increases from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 26. As of March 13th, the allocation had increased to 145.3 million, 1.7% greater than last year, and the forecast request had declined to 149.8 million, 4.9% greater than last year. ESB adjustments to its initial 27 forecast included a net reduction of 22.1 FTEs from this year. The ESB also identified and budgeted $500,000 in revenue. Removing the 1.9 million to replenish the circuit breaker means an operational increase of 5.1 million, or 3.6% from fiscal year 26. It's just a chart that shows the increase in the school's operating budget, the total budget. It includes not just the town allocation, which is in blue, but also revolving fund, involving gift funds and federal, state, and private grants. So this slide everyone has seen and is familiar with. Would have to go through it and answer any questions. Forecasted revenue of the town is the top line. Forecasted revenue for allocation, which is the below the line number, which gets allocated to town and schools, is below that. The school numbers are in yellow. Forecasted expenses and forecasted deficits without an override for each of the town and the schools. So the PSB indicates the proposed budget maintains balance between organizational changes, reduced costs, and support for key improvements for the PSB's teaching and curriculum, demonstrating the prioritization of resources for student learning. Public Schools of Brookline has indicated maintaining the district's class size guidelines and/or state legal requirements was a constraint in constructing the budget. Prior year FD changes, important to realize sort of what's going on over time. The PSB has made efforts to have their FTE complement mirror changes in student enrollment. The staffing has been reduced by 22.3 FTE since fiscal year 24. It has not been reduced equally across the system. I actually think this is an important point for people to consider. General education and district-wide headcount have been adjusted to account for mandated increases in special education and the expansion of BEAT program. What does that mean? BEAT staff and special education staff have gone up by roughly, 34 FTEs, while the K-12 general education staff has gone down by about 37 FTEs, and district-wide staff by almost 20. One of the things that we often do is to take a look at student-teacher ratios. And I've suggested to the public schools that piece of data that I personally would like to see is if you separate out special education staff and BEAP staff what do those student teacher ratios look like? Because if you've got a decline in general education staff, then that number is going up for the K-12 classrooms. And I think that's something that we all should understand. I don't know if the schools have done that yet, but hopefully they will in the future, or in the future. Okay, so what actually does that look like? Let me, hold on. Okay, pre-pandemic. 7,777 kids, school year 1920, 1,378 FTEs. 26-27, 6,948. That's the year. 6,923 enrolled students, 89% of what the 19 to 20 number was. 1,242 FTEs, 90.1% of what the pre-pandemic number was. And then you can see for the last 3 years, the net change by staff categorization, special education, BEEP, general education, total building staff, and then district-wide staff. Enrollment and enrollment projections. As of October 25, the date that DESE uses when publishing their statistics, PSP had the enrollment and student composition below. PSP policy allows students 2.9 years of age and older. DESE does not include students under the age of 3 as part of district enrollment data. And I'm letting people know that because if you go and you start comparing some numbers between what you get from the schools and what you get from DESE, there are going to be some differences based upon what is included for either. Down below, we have a separation out of high need students, English language learners, and we have those relative to the state languages. If there anyone who needs a definition of anything, please let me know and we can come back on that. Actually, yes, high needs. High needs. I knew someone was going to ask that. Of course, I won't have the right, entirely correct answer. High needs include students who have more than one consideration. So it could be, correct me if I'm wrong, it could be someone who's an English language learner plus has some need for some special education
Do you want
services.
Karen to give it?
Please, that'd be great. Dr. Schmuckler, I need to see your.
What's high needs?
This
High
is a,
needs is students who are economically disadvantaged, students who are English language learners, and students with disabilities.
with more, having more than one of those characteristics.
Or any of
Any one.
Any one of them.
Yeah.
So then how does it- why-
So is there another definition for high needs? That includes students with more than one need, because do those numbers add up? So some of those students have two,
Yeah, some students may.
right? Some of them have more than one.
Yeah.
That's right.
So if a child has an IEP, they're considered high needs?
Yes,
Okay, so that's separated out from Gen Pop that way.
yes.
Okay.
So you're saying, so 40% have high needs, and then that 40%, 30 is first language. I mean, there's a combination of.
I guess here's the way I would look at the chart. Of our total population, take away the high needs. All right, we have 11% English language learners, 31% first language not English, doesn't mean they're not proficient. 14% low income, student disabilities 18%. 40.6 includes students who may have more than one of the categories below. So you could have an English language learner who's also low income. That's a high.
Is it one or more than one?
One.
She's saying one or more. One or
Right.
more.
It is one or more.
Sorry. And first language, not English, means
So we have to be categorized as an English language learner, of which we have we have many students whose first language is not English, but they're not classified as an English language learner based on their level of English proficiency.
Okay,
But
so,
sorry, but first language means that at the household, it's,
English is not the first language, but those students may or may not be classified as an English language learner depending on their proficiency. So we have a much higher proportion of students whose first language at home is not English than students categorized as English language learners. Yeah.
and that's defined as when you register to school, how do you define it? English is not your
Yeah.
first language. I'm talking because I don't know what my son is actually defined as. I'm Spanish.
And when families enroll, there's a questionnaire, so they would
Depends what I
report
put in
it.
there.
Correct.
If
Yeah.
Spanish is spoken at home, would be considered an,
Yes, and so we as a district are obligated then to offer assessments. Sometimes families decline. And then based on that assessment, we determine if they're eligible for services, and actually for English language learners, there's 5 levels. Is it 5 levels? And so as Karen said, high needs is 1 or more. So it could be you as a child, you're picking like some of those qualify. That's why it doesn't add up. I think that was confusing people. Yeah.
Because you could have a student in 3 different language categories.
Yes,
Mhm.
so that's why that it's not summing up the 40.
Lisa, did you have a question on this topic?
I was good.
Oh, well, I think I was kind of following along with Carlos. I don't understand why English as a first language should at all be included in high needs. If they need to learn English or if they have special education needs, I can understand that. My first language is German, just like Carlos's kid's language with Spanish. I don't understand why that's at all considered a need.
Just because their
Something.
first language, not English, does not mean that they are in high needs.
right.
Yes.
No,
they-
but I know, but they are potentially, right? I just don't understand why they're there.
Lisa,
Why is that relevant for that
Lisa,
particular? Yes.
first language, not English, is different than English language learners.
I understand that.
So
That's what I'm saying. That's why I don't understand.
the first language, not English, is not included in high needs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I missed that.
Okay,
Sorry.
sorry. Dave Mark.
Fran and then Dave
So
Mark.
looking at that stats, only 1/3 of the kids whose first language are not English are English learners. Is that the way I look at it?
Yep. That's probably fair. Yes, sir.
David Mark.
Of this total enrollment for FY 26, how many of them are materials fees and how many are on backfill? Do you have the numbers?
So it's going roughly 500 because we roughly 300 Vetco students. That's the target. And we have roughly 200, maybe a little bit less than in that, slightly less than that of the materials.
Thank you.
That's throughout the district?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Jocelyn, you were puzzled.
No,
Okay.
thinking.
Okay, so spending time on enrollment and forecasting because it is something that comes up and it clearly has been, going back a decade, certainly was an issue for everybody. So the Public Schools of Brookline has instituted a forecasting methodology that E and RSC called, I guess, characterized as retrospective, but certainly accurate for single reader forecast. I won't go through the mechanics of what that is, but it really does look at prior year statistics for grades and kindergarten and uses those to predict the next year. And it's reasonably accurate. We still have forecasts from the 2024 Cropper study, which was an update to its 2019 pre-COVID study. And so you can see in this chart, the Cropper information relative to the actual enrollment, FY 24 to 26. And then this is the PSB's forecast for next year, and this is Cropper's forecast for next year. The recommendation that ERSC made was that in addition to using the methodology that schools are using, that the school committee have a policy that periodically, say once every 3 years, whether it's Cropper or another similar entity, they should be retained because of the dynamic aspect and the demographic information that's pulled in, that those sort of organizations use. They look at housing, they look at income, they look at, people moving in, people moving out, to come up with a more complete perspective or picture of what the population decline is forecasted to be.
So can you back up the slide for
Sure.
a second? Donnell had sent a message that I want to just read, which he said, do we know if the 66 out of district are also high need? So that's the top, what's their,
They would
By
be.
definition.
by definition they are? Okay. Did you hear that, Donnell?
But are they included?
Yes, I
in-
did. Thank you.
Are they included in this number or because they're out of district or not?
Yeah.
Yes, they would be.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff, could you
Yeah.
go back to that last?
This one?
That one, yeah,
This
no,
This one,
that one.
Yeah.
So the cropper is that one's looking forward
yes,
every year. And the public schools of Brookline is for those first 3 years, which are in the past. Are those actuals or those what PSB was predicting?
those are actuals,
Okay,
okay? And 27 is what is predicted,
looking forward
Right.
based on their methodology.
right? And Cropper doesn't do things year by year. Cropper basically does a 10-year forecast. So that's the way they do it.
And so my question is, looking backwards on the PSB, obviously it must change depending upon whether you're looking at it on October 1 or January 30, or is there a set date or is this a range?
It says October 1.
October,
in that
okay.
corner.
Thank you.
That is state designated.
Thank you.
And I think the write-up has an explanation of what the methodology is. If not, and people are interested, I'm happy to give it to you because I certainly spent a lot of time looking at it myself.
So
Yes.
one question I have about these numbers for PSB is that this is a top line data analysis, right? But we aren't top line, or at least we didn't used to be, with foreign students coming and going at different times of the year. And I know that the DESE numbers are done in October. So how do we also figure out this churn in the school population when it happens sort of mid-year?
Yeah, so when I'm doing the projection, I'm basing it off of October 1. And I do look back at not at churn per se, but I use like a 3-year rolling average, and I look at a 10-year rolling average, and then I look to see how that aligns with what experience we're having and the enrollment and registration manager and I meet. And based on what we're kind of seeing in real time, we put together the forecast. We've made some tweaks. This is my 3rd year. And so we've kind of made some tweaks in how we're approaching the forecast. And one of the things that we did for kindergarten, for example, this year, was we took the 3-year average as the number. The year prior, we had taken the number for the prior year and used that. And that didn't seem to be reflective of what our experience was. So we felt that to be more accurate, we would take the 3-year average for kindergarten because it's the most unpredictable of all of the grade levels. So you're right, churn happens. And so how do we handle that? I will look at where our enrollments are in another 3 or 4 weeks to see
how our sectioning lines up with where the students are landing, because that's the trickier part. The churn really is impacts us at the school level and at the grade level more so than in the larger numbers. So this number, as you can see, we're pretty much in the ballpark. It's where do the students actually land? And how Brookline attempts to account for that is that we have buffer zones so that we have some control over students coming in and which school they're assigned to, so that we have some measure of control over class sizes in that way. But last year, when I looked at the enrollments, again, this is 6 months after the projection, we have to hire teachers in time for September 1. So if I'm going to make a course correction or adjustment, I need to make it in time to be able to hire teachers. So that's why we look at it in May. So international, and kindergarten registrations have happened, so we'll have a little bit of that information, but the numbers will continue to change really until mid-September. So October 1's a good indication of what our enrollment will be for the year, though they'll be up and down because of the timing of enrollments with international students.
Right,
So
that's
that's how I handle that. So last year, in closing, last year, we made adjustments to 4 sections this time. We had 3 that we collapsed, so that means we reduced 3 and we added 3 in different schools and in different grade levels. So they kind of netted out, so there wasn't a net impact that had any financial implications for us. But that could be different, especially with federal policy and what's going on there. We really don't have a full understanding of how that's going to impact our enrollments in an out year look.
Thank you.
Michael Berger.
Thank you, Harry. I have a question. Looking at these numbers for actuals for PSB, it's gone down slightly, but it's not dramatic. I'm just wondering if we look back further, what it would look like. And what parents are really concerned about, of course, is number of students per teacher. And I realize that that's going to be different for different grades. But if you were to take a look at those different years and look at students per teacher, what would that look like?
I mean, I certainly did not do that analysis. So, we have to go back and pull all the information from DESE. I think generally speaking, if I'm remembering correctly, that both in Brookline and throughout the state, there has been a decline in the number of students per teacher. And obviously with the pandemic declines throughout the state, some of that could be lag in terms of, municipalities catching up, getting close to what Brookline has done, which is to try to match the hiring with enrollment. But also and I'm gonna restate it, I think that to really answer your question well, there needs to be a disaggregation of the type of staff that is that you're using to actually look at that number. Because
Cliff,
and I think that's challenging work, but I'm sure it can be done.
okay. The reason I brought it up, I think that's a very emotional part of the discussion for the override and understanding of how the schools function, and that we would have crowded classrooms and numbers that are very high, but we really do need the data to understand how filled our classes are and how they've changed over the years. I think that's really important to really understand what's happening.
So I guess to a certain extent, you're asking for a retrospective view of per classroom by school allocation of students to teachers or students in a class.
Yeah.
There are challenges to that in terms of the conclusions you might draw from raw data, but let's walk through a situation, because I know everyone always wants to understand class sizes and how it is or why it is that people often see class sizes that are lower than the guidelines. And I know I think about it all the time. Anyway, I'm using Pierce. I didn't want to, each individual school is in the write-up. I'm using Pierce. Maybe it was the wrong one to use because of the fact that we're impacted by classroom capacity at Fisher Hill, but that's the one I chose. So this shows each grade, K through 8. It has the fiscal year 27 projected enrollment per grade. And it has a class, the guideline is the number of students maximum that the school committee has said are allowed in that particular grade.
Sorry, Pierce is 4 sections.
Well, Pierce,
Theory.
Pierce, I guess in theory, the new school is going to be, but,
It's 4 sections, 5, 6, 7, and 8, or 4. It's 4 sections.
right. I mean, I think it's when you talk about a 4-section school, to me, that means the building has the capacity to have 4 sections per grade. It doesn't mean that you're going to have 4 sections per grade if the population's not there. So you have the guidelines, you have the number of classes, divide one by the other, and you got the average class size. Enrollment, I'm sorry. Number of classes, divide projected enrollment by the number of classes, have the average class size. And you can see that there's a lot of classes where it's below guideline. So the natural question is, okay, what if we remove the class? What does that do? And so if you collapse a class, the last line are the numbers that you would see per classroom. So,
I just have a question, Cliff. If you could,
sure.
Collapse a class means you remove one section.
One per section, one per grade, sorry.
Per grade.
Section. Right. So in kindergarten, you're going from 3 at 20 to 2 at 30, right? You get rid of one class. And it's sort of the same going down the line. Now the highlighted ones, those are the averages if you collapse a class, and it's sort of generally below guideline, okay? Now I say generally because in the upper grades, the max in Brookline is actually 25. The reason it's lower here is because of the classroom capacity constraints that you have at Fisher Hill. But if this were in the new building, let's say, okay, and you had the projected enrollment and the number of classes, and you had room to collapse a class. That's what the data would show if this were in the new building. So maybe we wouldn't have 4 classrooms in those upper grades. Maybe we'd only have 3. And then there's the churn question, and whether or not, there's an expectation that there could be enough children moving into a particular district that you would still need a fourth class in one of those grades. It's a hypothetical every year. And I guess it comes back around to how you use the buffer zones and what is the situation in the neighboring schools. It's I'm sure it's as much an art as it is a science. It's clearly not something that you can just easily say, okay, let's just divide the population by a number and say it's going to be okay. And it's unclear to me, actually, at what point along the line you decide, okay, we're going to put a stake in the ground and be willing to risk, having what, in this case, 10 more kids come in fifth grade, let's say, because that's what you do in order to actually have to have another class.
So I thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to follow up. So if we take a look at grade 5,
yeah,
we're looking at if a collapse of class rounding, it's 22 students versus the guideline 19. So that's three in excess. So I think that's what you would compare it to, not the average class size of 16, but the guideline, right?
Well, so Michael, remember that the example I was using is that we're using Pierce, it's 19 because they're at Fisher Hill. If this were in the new building, that would be 25. The guy, and that's why, that's why the number of 21 point, or call it 22, would suggest that maybe you could collapse a classroom there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is it. Do you have either of you have anything to add to that?
No, I think Janice made a very astute point that one of the things that we have seen is some outmigration in peers. So families have requested some of the other schools in the buffer zone while during construction. And so it's trying to predict how many of those families will want to come back to Pierce once Pierce is built. And that's why it makes it so challenging when doing the projections by school by grade. We had outmigration, and in other words, fewer students enrolled in Pierce and more students enrolled in Lincoln and in Lawrence this year since the construction project, but we can't predict how many families are going to want. Now, there are also some families that like having a separate middle school and are enjoying having a middle school over at Fisher Hill. So you just can't really anticipate how families are going to, what they'll value more than another. So I'm curious to see, though we won't be here, I'll be curious to see when you open Pierce, what the migration back into Pierce will look like.
So I have 7 people on the list. I just want to remind people that as important as this budget discussion is, we only have a yes or no vote on the entire school budget. We have no control over line by line, and it's already 10 minutes of 8, and we have a lot to do tonight. So Carlos, you had a question.
Thanks, Harry. So I was looking at, it was interesting to see that the overall population was going down. But then in the Cropper one, it was actually jumping up again. So I was just wondering, my first question was, why do you think that's happening in 2029?
So, we could recirculate the Cropper report, but as I said before, the Cropper report, looks at a number of different demographic data points. And, they're making a longer term projection, and what I expect one of the things that they're projecting will happen is the people who are may move out of Brookline, and the people who might replace the ones who move, there could be an age differential so that, more school age families or school age bearing individuals will be replacing them. And that could be a particular reason why they are projecting, or they were projecting, at least back in 24, a somewhat gradual but not significant
Right.
increase in the population through the end of the decade.
And so that brings me to my other question, and I'm sorry to see you leave, Susan, because it seems like, 3 years is taking you to sort of really understand the population shifts. So I fear that the next person is going to have the same. It's hard to forecast what the population shift is going to be. So do you, when you're looking at this, do you take into account, do you talk to the building department, for example, of
Meet with the
large
yeah.
projects
Yeah,
that are
take care
coming?
of, yeah.
Okay, and so, for example, if Chestnut Hill West gets built, then you say, okay, in that's gonna be 2035 or so when it starts to show, but then you assume, okay, there's gonna be an increase probably somewhere there. So you take that into account.
Yeah, we meet with the planning, director of planning, is that Kara?
Yes.
Yeah. And we look at, all
Although I
kinds of
think it would be more useful actually to look at actual permits
We include that.
that are happening, because it seems to
Yep.
be closer to the forecast.
What's been approved versus what's active, how many units are coming on, what the anticipated, and then they also track, what has happened in reality, right? So this is what was projected, but this is how many students materialized in the various areas. So yes, we do take a look at that. We have several conversations in the fall to look at that before I do the forecast.
And then do you find that, because I'm assuming Baker has, because of Hancock Village increase in housing, has had an increase in population there, and it's already sort of at the highest population. So when you buffer out, there's so much you can do with the buffers when you get to Heath and then Runkle, and where you actually do have room. So how do you take that into account, where the room you have, for example, at Pierce, is not where it needs to be in town?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So this time of year in May, I will look at the enrollments in the forecast again, and I'll do some course correcting. So this last year, that's when we started to see that at Pierce, the numbers were going down, but they were going up elsewhere. So we shifted an FTE in a classroom. So we collapsed at Pierce a section, and we opened a section in another school.
That's if you have a room at that school to
Yeah.
open it. But what if that room is, what if that school is at capacity? How much flexibility do you have with the buffers to push that?
Yeah, it has, yes, sometimes it's tricky, right? So we do look at it every month, actually. We look and see, and we try to monitor how the population is shifting every month, so that we have a better sense of how to manage the buffer zones. And if we're getting closer to the limit, the space, then we start to make sure that we shift it. An example, last year, we had a particular area at Hayes School, a grade, I think it was third grade, might have been fourth. And we had a lot of capacity over at Baker. And so we were managing that because we had a total between the two, we could accommodate 32 students. But you couldn't accommodate 32 at Hayes. You could accommodate maybe another 8 at the time. So what we did is I said to the enrollment office, as people come in, if they're in the buffer zone, move them over to Baker,
And what they're the system, they have the choice to stay in that school. The buffer is more when someone joins the system, right?
Yes.
Just one comment. It feels to me that it will be interesting to see what happens with Pierce when it goes back, because it feels to me that it's really like a 3-section school right now, or could operate as a 3-section school. So like Driscoll, it was a whole section over some grades. We'll see. It will be interesting to see if Pierce reabsorbs all that population that it's missing.
Thank you. For those who don't have a computer, I just want to point out Mariah has written in that CRAPA shows the enrollment increasing to the mid 7,000s over the study period due to demographic, quote unquote, turnover in the housing stock. Fran.
I had a question as I was looking at these numbers for high needs. It says 40% of the district, that means all the kids? Yeah, so I find that mind-boggling. And so my question is, are 40% of the children in Brookline have high needs, or is it that the children who don't have high needs are not going to public school?
So the 40% actually is pretty standard across the state at this point. So it's students with IEPs, students who may be receiving EL services or
variations.
English language.
Okay, English learners, or students who are with lower socioeconomic status.
40% of our town students are high needs.
That's actually,
IEPs.
it's pretty standard.
What?
IEPs.
No, IEPs.
What's IEPs?
No.
Individual education.
Okay,
Yeah.
in the high needs, it says 40% of our students are high needs. I wonder if that reflects the general population or the population that chooses to go to public schools.
It's pretty standard across the state, that percentage at this time. Wow, yes.
Okay,
Thank you. And Mariah points out that the study period to which she referred is through fiscal year 2030 forward. Lee Selwyn.
Sorry, I had it on mute. A couple questions. Can we go back to that staffing slide that showed the general education, special education staff?
This one?
Yeah. So, I mean, round numbers, it looks like almost half again as many general ed teachers are special. We then have special ed teachers. In other words, we have approximately 800 or so general ed and almost 400 special ed. Is that, is that pattern similar in other peer districts?
I can't answer that. I have not looked at that.
And of that 40% figure that Mariah someone was just talking about, 40% high needs, how does that break down between Metco materials fee on the one hand and Brookline residents on the other? Do we know?
It's aggregated. I know we've answered the question before, but I just don't have it at my fingertips for this.
But it's higher for non-Brookline, the percentage is much higher for non-Brookline residents, isn't that true?
Not necessarily. I'm not sure you could draw that conclusion. I mean,
For Metco, that's.
Yeah.
It's to be involved. It's a whole different.
But their needs covered.
I
That's 100% of Metco.
Oh, that's.
I'm having difficulty hearing you.
We're just mumbling at this
Oh,
point.
okay.
They have to answer.
The question was, are there higher percentages of students on IEPs and materials fees and Metco?
Your question was,
Medco specific.
Lee, why don't you repeat your question?
Okay, well, let's start with Metco. In other words, you have 40% overall of the enrollment as high needs. How does that break down between Metco and everybody else in terms of percentages?
Yeah. That data, we don't.
Yeah.
We could get it.
Lee, they don't have that data.
Okay, because when I looked at this a dozen years ago, the number was considerably higher for Metco, but I haven't looked at. Does the school department have any statistics on the number of Brookline residents of K through 12 age who are in private schools?
Do have that, but I don't have it off the top of my head, but we do have that.
And then we present that data every year when we present the enrollment data.
I think I presented it to the expenditure and revenue committee. I believe that was part of the data that I provided them. I don't happen to recall it off the top of my head.
But the enrollment
I
presented in
certainly-
November.
Maybe Mariah can dig it up over time.
Yeah.
It would be part of the school committee presentation in November of the enrollment.
I
I
mean,
don't
has that
think
not-
that private school was presented. I think that out of district placements were presented, but not the overall private school population. But I can go back and look while you all are talking.
Well, when you're talking about out of district placements, you're talking about special ed then.
Right. I'm
Yeah,
just
I'm talking
disambiguating
about-
between what I know. I understood you. I thought they might be talking about something else.
I'm
But,
talking about families that choose to send their kids to private schools and pay 50 or 60,000 a year rather than get something for free in Brookline.
I think actually the data on private school enrollment was presented at that time.
I have presented it.
I'll go look.
I take that. Okay, and all right, well, that's all the questions I have for right now.
Thank you. Elise, Couture Stone.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think, a parent's perspective on this for the AC. So last spring, there was discussion around whether or not my daughter's up and coming second grade class at FRR was going to have a reduction in size. And this made so many parents upset. I had just been elected. I didn't know what I got myself into, and my emails were flooded. And there were a lot of parents saying or asking all these questions. Oh, but we know all these families on Facebook. We know that they're coming from out of the country and all this kind of stuff. And what I learned when I reached out to the school committee is that, and also continuing to talk with the parents, is that the parents can't actually register their children, even if they know that they're going to have their children there in the fall, without having proof of residency. And typically in Brookline, in order to have proof of residency, you have to wait until September 1. And so then that pushes everything back, which is why I think Dr. Gibbons is looking at October 1. What was that?
I think that, isn't that a state requirement, the October 1 date? That's across
Yeah.
the state,
It
but
could
I,
very well be influenced by that pattern.
Yeah. So I just wanted to share that, like, you know, in the end, and of course, I was worried that my daughter's classes were going to be larger than they had been initially. And luckily, at least in FRR's case, they didn't have to collapse that fourth section. We got to keep it, but another school's section was collapsed, and then that teacher was brought over to FRR. Ironically enough, my daughter is now in that teacher's class. And it's been a wonderful year. But just to give you like a sense of the sort of negotiations, not just in education, but in where teachers are going, where and how many students are going in what class, and all of these conversations. I mean, this is going on back and forth between parents and the school all throughout the summer, and right up to the point that this report comes out. So there's a lot more data points, I would say, than even certainly just what gets cited. I feel like schools does a really good job of listening to parents, and in fact, even when there are conflicting groups of parents at different schools, no, don't close my section, close their section. You know, it's a lot back and forth. So anyway, just wanted to share that point.
Thank you. Mariah has put a link in the chat to the fall enrollment report, but says it doesn't include anything about private school that she can see. Alita Jonas.
Well, following up on Michael Berger's question, I went on ChatGPT and that provided the state data of the student to teacher ratio, and I did it from fiscal year 17 through fiscal year 27 projected. But that's hard to know, I guess. I don't know which figures they're using. And actually, fiscal year 26 is projected. And it's actually been amazingly stable in the aggregate. In fiscal year 17, it says 11.8 students per one teacher. And then it's 11.7, 11.7, 11.7. It drops in fiscal year 21 and 22 and then goes up again. But it doesn't go as high as it was in fiscal year 17, right? If it's accurate, well, it's projected, so it's 11.5, which is just slightly lower. However, does that actually mean that the general education classes have gotten comparatively smaller because there's now more teachers in special ed? So that's one question. The other thing I did on ChatGPT was a comparison of support staff and teachers, in-class adults, and I compared Brookline with Newton, Boston, Framingham, Natick, Wellesley, Needham. And what came across most distinctly in Brookline was that we have more adults in the class than all the other schools, but there's a lot of paraprofessionals that at almost any one time, the estimate showed about 2 adults in a class, and the analysis that it provided said that Wellesley actually has smaller classes. They have more teachers but less paraprofessionals. And I'm wondering, is that something that rings true? Is it that we have a higher ratio of paraprofessionals versus teachers, or does it make sense to spend more money on teachers and increase the teaching load and decrease the paraprofessional load? Yeah, generally those, any thoughts on any of that?
There'll be questions.
That'd be a question for you.
I'd be just guessing, without looking at the data in front of me on how it compares. We do have aides in the kindergarten and first grade and second. No, just so KM1, so that could elevate our numbers compared to other districts. But we also think that it supports or mitigates maybe the number of IEP students might end up being placed in those grades. So it's kind of like, well, is that so?
Right.
IEP numbers are pretty good. So I guess I would need to look at other data in the other places to see if our doing that is positively proactive.
Yeah, I mean,
do you discuss things with, do you have meetings with other towns? And
so what, Lisa, one of the things that I'd raise as a complicating factor is that Brookline has built a number of in-district special needs programs, and I would expect the staffing there is somewhat different than in a regular education classroom. And to the extent that other districts don't have that sort of same robust system in place, those numbers won't be comparable. So I think whenever you're using, something like ChatGPT in particular,
well,
or
it's aggregates, right? Well, that's why I was trying to pull out what.
Right. So, but I think the point is that you really need to look at each individual municipality and try to break things out so that you can get as close to an apples to apples as possible. And, you could probably do that with AI. I think it's just a matter of how carefully you're going to need to ask the question.
Right. I mean, that's with any data.
We do know that our out-of-district placements and tuitions compare favorably with those districts that you named. So again, it's not like a linear response. That's why I say, well, I need to look at a bunch of factors.
How do we compare to Newton with special education?
in out of district and.
No, just overall, the number of kids in special ed. Do we know about that?
I have no idea to be able to pull that out, comparing to Newton, but I know that our out of district and, two out of district placements, and numbers out are favorable, much more favorable.
Well, that's good. That's great. And the ratio of student teacher, which I read out loud to you, which I'm not sure whether it's accurate or not. The fact that it's remained the same, approximately the same as in 2017, maybe but slightly less, is it the special, do we have more special ed teachers and not as many general education teachers, so that actually the ratio for general ed has gone down, but for special ed it's gone up? Or is that not an accurate conclusion?
Actually captured it in his summative report, and we've reported out on it as well. It is a decrease significantly in general ed teachers, but also in admin and other support staff. And there's been an increase in student services staff. So it kind of evens out, but it went down in one area and up in the other.
So that
So that means for general ed, actually, the student teacher ratios have gotten higher.
That would be my assumption. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So there is, I think that the slide that maybe is, no, it's in front of us. What you can see is that as enrollment has gone down, we've right-sized our staff. But there's two parts to that. You have your general education students who are in classrooms with, consistent with those guidelines of 22 and 25. And then you have your special education population. Out of district has remained pretty stable, but we have grown our in-house program so that we can accommodate more students within the public schools of Brookline. And so staffing around those programs has increased even in the years that I've been here in order to better address those student, the population needs associated with those students. So, you should see, it doesn't really surprise me to hear if you're right sizing your staff against your student enrollments, which you can see in that slide, that you also have a similar student to teacher ratio. But special education classrooms are more highly staffed than a regular education classroom in general.
And so now that I think about it, we've increased the number of teachers in special ed, but the overall student population has gone down. Does that mean we've been having an increase in the number of special ed kids and a decrease in the number of general education kids? I mean, we've gone from what, 7,700 in 2017 to like 1,000 students less. And yet the number of special ed teachers have gone up, which would imply.
Elisa, can I just say something, which is special
Sure.
education kids are general education kids. We have inclusive classrooms. When you talk about these things, you might talk about special education teachers and general education teachers, but special education kids participate in general education as well.
Well, I think
Thank
I'm
you.
just looking at the data that was presented.
I think
Functional area.
the services being offered to students, they are mandated, whether they're on individualized educational plans for special education, or whether it's for English language learners or other mental health services. So all of that will increase your staffing for student services. And I do say student services deliberately. It's not just special education, but all student services. Also, I do think that Brookline has invested well for offering these services, and also the in-district programs that Cliff mentioned, so that we're not sending students out of district. So
Right,
what-
no, right.
Yes, and so again, a strong indicator that this is a good strategy is the fact that our out-of-district placement numbers and the tuition costs are.
Yeah, I'm not questioning whether we shouldn't be investing in special education. I actually have a degree in school psychology, so I have a fair background in that. I was just wondering, has our special education population gotten much bigger, and and the students that are not special ed decreased because there's 1,000 kids less, and yet we've increased the amount function in the functional area of special ed? That was my question. It wasn't whether the
Elisa, I think Karen is trying to answer your question, and I'm gonna call on her.
Okay, so our percentage of students on IEPs has gone up. So it's gone up in the last 10 years, was about 15%, and we're almost close to 19%, 18.6% now. So there has been an increase in the number of students identified for special education. And there's also been an increase in the level of complexity of students on IEPs and students in general. So student services serves students in general education and special and special education. And so some of the staffing increases have actually been in student services. For example, our social workers who serve all students. So it's not that student service increases only in teachers. I think the other thing which is important to know, and Mariah made this point, is the majority of our students are actually in full inclusion placements, which means they spend the majority of their time in the general ed classroom. So when you're looking at those numbers and class sizes, that includes students on IEPs, specialized programs, but that's really the minority of students who have very high needs, very complex needs, and we're serving them in district. Hope that helps.
Oh, well, I'll just move on. But thank you.
Thank you, Elisa. I'm just gonna go in the order that I have. David Paula.
Yeah, I have a question that I'll get to in a second, but I just wanted a clarification about the overall high level enrollment numbers, because we saw this one at 6,700, but we also saw a larger total enrollment number of around 7,000.
That was.
So, sorry, that
right
one.
over here. So,
So yours is in district, that was the in district number, and the bigger number includes out of district.
So what I'm trying to understand is, are we down, to Elisa's point, we're down 1,000? Is that accurate, or are we down 700 from the peak in 2017? I just, big picture, that's what my question is. Anyway, if you don't have the answer right now, I just think advisory, it would be nice to know what the larger trend is.
So the number you cited, okay, sorry.
Because I think this 7,000 relates to 7,700 in 2017, and overall, that's the level of reduction over time. But I could be wrong. So we can, if some future time we could get a clarification. I'll move on to my real question, which is that the staffing reductions were much higher in district-wide staffing than in student facing that we heard earlier. And I just want to get a little more understanding of the character of those staffing reductions for district-wide personnel, because I think a lot of people might at first think, well, that's great. We're becoming more efficient while not reducing student-facing personnel, which it sounds really good, but a lot of district-wide personnel are educator-facing, and really are the glue that holds the district together and that advances the overall education program. As curriculum coordinators and language specialists and all these people that really are making the teachers better. And so are we losing a lot of that glue that holds the system together, or is it more central office personnel and like those steeper? Can you tell us a little more about those steeper reductions in non-educator personnel?
I guess it might be helpful for some people to have the context of our district-wide staffing with like curriculum coordinators in the K-8 model versus any other model. And whether or not some of our staffing relates to the complexity of the K-8, K-8 system versus some other system.
Is your question about the 22 net reductions in the FY 27 budget? Is that?
Data that,
Is it this chart or is it?
I think what he's referring to is that we have
Yeah, it was early on,
significant
right.
reductions at the district-wide staff level, and what is that composed of? Is that what you're asking?
So district-wide staff, it's 3 custodial, 17 central office.
Well, central office would include, we eliminated the base program, which had 7 FTE. So that program is no longer part of ours. That would have appeared in the district-wide staffing.
okay, and
Okay.
Rex picking that up.
A portion of that.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So 7 of the FTE in the central office are that, and then there's been a variety of different. So we saw, it's not just central office, district-wide staff are beyond just, central office, to your point. So it's been over time, reductions in secretarial positions, as well as a few administrative positions here. In any way that we could find efficiencies, we've tried to do so. Some has just been outright like base, the elimination of programming. Reduction of staff in food service, custodial, so all across the board, these staff reductions have taken place. So it's not just like, some people might think, oh, it's administrative, or it isn't. It's secretarial, it's custodial, it's food service, it's base, it's all of those kinds of reductions, in addition to some key administrative positions, which we are suffering greatly from the loss of some of those positions this year.
Central office, or as David characterized it, a teacher facing.
There's teacher facing, but there's student facing. So if you're providing food to students, I would argue that is student facing. And so not all of the reductions are it can be categorized neatly as one of the other. So transportation, our staff that are in operations are providing transportation to the students to and from school. I would call that student facing as well. Everything that we do in the school department is in service to students. Sometimes it's supporting staff who supports students. All of the reporting and all the data that you require are things that are critically important to decision-making, and that is done more centrally in service to providing kids with quality education. So if we're looking at any kind of student data in order to inform instruction, that data is being curated out of the district-wide staffing bucket here. So we've taken hits all across the board to try to stay away specifically from reducing teachers.
Thank you. Janice Kahn.
Thank you. So this is more a comment from someone whose kids went to the schools and lived in a zone where there was no walkable school. So my kids were there when it was a baby boom. Baby boomers had kids. So they were in class sizes of 25 to 28. And my understanding is from talking to a school committee member who was there at the time, said that that's when the buffer zone concept really came into use in the town, so that we could figure out how to get kids into schools that weren't necessarily in their walkable school or whatever. And that's when that strategy came into being, which makes sense to me. So we've heard from at least 2 superintendents now that another strategy that we don't use is just being able to just plug kids in where there are openings. So this is not really a buffer zone issue. This is a kid comes to the school system, and instead of looking at their district school and the buffer zones, that they could actually put their kids in a place where there was space. So it wouldn't be, so it's a different, it's a different model, but both of them said that if they did that, they would not have to hire extra teachers, for instance, and then have classes of, what happened at Baker, there was a class of 12 or 14 at one time, because, you know, that was, I don't know, that wasn't being used, that, you know, the student who came was in a different district and not even in a Baker buffer zone, which is hard to believe because Baker has the most buffer zones, right? At the moment. So I'm just wondering if there are other strategies that we could also think about in terms of consolidation. Because when you look at the collapse of class, that's a kind of scary model, you know, for parents, I think, to look at a collapse of class option. But there are maybe other options that we could use that could accommodate kids differently and could also be, you know, relate to efficiencies without while maintaining kind of the quality education that we're looking at for kids. So just so you know, it's not a terrible thing when a kid can't walk to their school. It still works. So.
Thank you. Linda Olson Pelkey, do you want to ask your question or do you want me to read it from the chat?
I can ask. So I was just looking, I'm still trying to answer for myself what is happening with the increase in the costs to special education, because as the way it's described on Cliff's slide, it says mandated services. So my question there was, is it that the services that are being mandated are more expensive than they used to be? Or is it simply that we have more students involved, period, in needing those services? That was one of my questions.
It's probably it's all of it would contribute to it, that we have more students that are receiving services. And again, I'm going to say not just special education services, but services generally. And the inflation rate or the cost of increase for those services generally are higher. They're increasing faster than other services. So it's all of those factors.
But the mandates themselves, have they become more, I guess, I don't know what word to use. I'm going to say onerous, but have they become more demanding? And these are, I'm assuming, state standards?
Oh, are
the services that must be provided? We hear the word mandated a lot. So I'm assuming it's in a law somewhere. And so is the amount of services, the quality of the service or something being increased beyond the increase in the number of students involved? That's just one basic question that I have.
I think it depends. Like I would say services for English language learners has evolved over the last decade. And those are like, these services are highly regulated. And so I would say because the regulations have increased, that the offering of those services has increased, because to be compliant sometimes requires more teachers, more hours, more testing.
Right.
In regard to students with disabilities that we're offering services for, I don't feel the categories of disabilities really has changed all that much. And while our strategies for how to serve students with different disabilities may have evolved, I don't know if the time for delivery of service has changed that much. But then there are also different kinds of conduct or behavior that we are working with in schools that have increased over time. So the percent of students that need support for that is more expensive, because there's more training how to work with those students, whether it's for the para or for the teacher, that is different, has increased over time. So it depends. some services I think are more the same. And then some services have increased and then, so it's all of it. And again, we're including in our expenses when we place students out of district. And while our numbers are good for placing students out of district, those tuition costs definitely go higher. There's probably, along with health insurance, probably increase at sort of the same escalation.
And yet we're getting reimbursed by a standardized percentage, or?
So our reimbursement, understand, if say the net cost for a student is $100,000, we are being reimbursed above a threshold. So say the threshold is 50,000, we're being reimbursed for the amount above 50,000 at a certain percentage, which could be 75% at its highest. So it's never fully 100% reimbursed. It's a portion that's eligible for reimbursement, and then a substantial percentage of that.
Okay, so the thing that I put in the chat was simply something I was reading in the budget book, my paper copy of it on page 32, but I was pretty surprised to find, I mean, I was kind of looking for Lee and his question about the number of students from private school, but I don't understand at all how it is that Brookline Schools is responsible for all the needs of students who are actually not even going to the Brookline Public School. They're going to a private school or they're homeschooled.
That is true. Special services. Yeah.
So is there a what is the determinant when a student is presented that says, okay, we're going to provide these services for you? Is there what is the reimbursement for that?
So generally, those are students who are on something called services only IEPs because they go to a private school, but they live in Brookline. So as residents of Brookline, they're entitled to special aid services. So those aren't, generally those are not services that meet the threshold for reimbursement. Public schools also, there are two things. We are required to provide services for students with disabilities who live in Brookline and attend private schools wherever they attend private schools. We're also required to provide services to all students who go to private schools in Brookline. And so we provide services through our federal IDA grant to all of the private school students who are eligible, to a group of them of the private schools. And they come from all over, they can be a resident of any other town. Now that's the same for our students, a Brookline resident who is in a private school in another city or town. They're also getting that through their private school. So it's reciprocal, but you have both sets of students who are not registered as public school students in terms of attendance here, but they receive IEP services.
And do we have any notion what that level is for other communities? I mean, we have 40 students currently. Do we have any information about how many students like this are in adjoining community school systems?
We don't.
Okay.
Our numbers, again, in terms of like our comparable districts and also like worked in Newton, so our numbers tend to be very similar to our comparative districts in terms of both services and students who access services. Your private school kids who go to school in Brookline, we have a number of private schools. So if you're a town or a district or a city that has few private schools, you're not doing that. So so that changes by just how many private schools and how many students with disabilities are in the private schools in your city and town. So that's very much dependent on your private school population in your town or city.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Danelle O'Neill.
Bear with me.
Yep, I am. Thank you, Harry. Appreciate you letting me chime in here. So 3 out of the 4 of my children are currently, let's say, involved in the special education program in Brookline. My Darnell Jr. is a special education paraprofessional. My youngest is out of district at Melmark, and my freshman daughter is in the special education program, the Excel program at the high school. So I had a question about, so the reason why my youngest had to go to Melmark eventually was because of the lack of inclusionary time that he was getting here in Brookline because of behavioral issues and other things in regards to his autism. So he wasn't getting the inclusionary time that was needed. I forget the number they gave me that was supposed, I want to say it's like 30% or 40% each student's supposed to have inclusionary time. At least I'm not sure the number. You can give that to me later. But I was curious in regards to my youngest. He has like a 1-to-1 service for the van, for the transportation. You know, all that's wicked expensive. And I was happy to see that we're trying to do more in-house special education services. For example, like the Excel, I think the Excel program is a fairly new program at Brookline High. My daughter's excelling in it, actually. She's doing pretty well in it. And I know during each IEP meeting that we have, we make adjustments on services. It's usually to, for example, with my youngest, we're trying to get the 1-to-1 off of him for his transportation to Melmark and Stoughton. I'm feeling that will be cheaper, and his behavioral level has gotten better. I was curious if, you know, long term, if we're seeing down the line, if it's possible for us to get a Melmark here. I know, like a school that specializes in people on the spectrum and disabilities. I see we're like I said, I'm happy that we're trying to do more in-house because I feel my youngest is missing out on a lot of town time, I want to say, but being so far away from home when he has to go to school. So tuition costs, I know it's ridiculous. I'm just curious about the mandate, the regulations for the inclusionary time, because that was mentioned. And what else are we doing to cut down costs in regards to like our special education services? Thank you.
Sure. So we do have a program in Brookline called the RISE program for students on the autism spectrum. And I'm hoping now that I'm here to be able to meet you and your children. And so that is something that we have grown over the years and expanded. It's at the Runkle School, and a couple of years ago we expanded it to the Hayes School. And we're always looking to bring students who are out of district in more restrictive placements back into Brookline, into less restrictive placements when they're ready. And that's part of your IEP team process. So
okay, you just answered my question. So like, let's say during my next IEP meeting, I feel my son is ready to come back home to Brookline for to go to Stoughton. I mentioned that then.
Absolutely, yeah. And we do every year, we bring a number of students back from out of district into Brookline with very careful planning. When students are ready, when families feel they're ready, when the out of district school feels they're ready. So that's very much part of your IEP team process that we would work with you and the school. And sometimes we plan for a whole year before a student comes back. Really making sure.
Is it cheaper to, I'm sorry to cut you off, but is it cheaper to have our kids home rather than doing that out of district?
So it's cost efficient to have our kids in Brookline. But more importantly, certainly from the research and certainly from my experience, students who are part of this community and are educated in our community have better long-term trajectories. And so, you know, yes, it is fiscally efficient, but it's actually also in most cases more beneficial for students. And that's really the reason why we build our in-district programming.
I feel it's important to say that to the extent possible, it's best to have our students in district just for peer development, social reasons, and just the burden on families. It's a lot less if students remain in district. Lots of reasons why. And we will build program if we have enough students with a similar profile that it makes sense to start a program for those students. I also want to say that sometimes the needs of a student is best met in a program that we're not able to offer. And so I feel that yes, it can be less expensive to keep the students in district, but we need to meet the needs of the students wherever it's going to be. So sometimes it will be a placement out of district, but if we can bring the student in district, that's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Levin.
Thank you. I have a request, comment, and a question. So my request comment is the budget information we're seeing or the report talks about percentages and changes, and I think it would be really helpful, I know for me, and I'm gonna speculate other people, to see information on a per student basis. So if we could look at our in-district student population, both special needs and not special needs, back out our outside tuition so we can see over time, even as enrollment changes, what we're spending per student. I think that would be helpful to see. And whether, you know, what exactly you back out to get to that, I leave to you folks, but it would give me, I know, a better sense of how our spending outside of out of district special needs students is changing over time. So that's my comment. And I don't know if you have any of that available that you can share right now or not.
Yeah, not the same.
Okay. So then my questions have to do with BEEP. I saw that you were increasing the BEEP FTEs by a little over 13. And I know when we were talking at the capital subcommittee about the classroom capacity leases, I think Carlos raised the idea of right-sizing BEEP so that you were enrolling the number of I'm not sure what the proper term is, non-special needs students only to the degree you need them to meet your requirements for your special needs students. And whether or not that would be changing that type of right sizing would both change the number of employees, the FTEs that you needed to increase by, and also whether or not this concept of making BEEP more self-sustaining, and is it possible that those additional 13 can be paid for and covered by revenues generated by the BEEP program rather than coming out of the general school budget?
Well, I'm not really sure, what I will think for a comment is just that if it is a regular classroom teacher, it is paid for out of the revolving fund, which generates revenue from tuitions. So the only expenses
that are charged to the operating budget for BEEP are the expenses associated with special education.
So does that mean the 13 FTEs that you're showing is an increase are all for special education in BEEP?
No, the information that you're looking at is the total increase in FTE, that 13 FTE were funded from the revolving fund.
So when we're looking at the impact of budget cuts or the absence of budget increases, and we're looking at the impact of those changes on FTEs, we shouldn't really be including BEEP then because those are paid for out of the revolving fund and don't impact your overall budget unless there's special needs.
Budget is an all funds budget, so all staff associated with PSB are included in the FTE counts.
So how can we understand, can you help me understand, and I don't know if other people are interested in too, as to those 13 FTEs, what impact they're having on the budget? I mean, what percentage of those 13 FTEs or what number of those 13 FTEs are being covered by the revolving fund budget?
I want to maybe put a pin in this conversation.
Okay.
So because the ENRSC looked at this issue. There's actually a whole section in the report on it, and probably worthwhile to go back and look at that. Now, the 13 FTEs that have been added in the last year and a half, how many of those were for the expansion to full day?
So that's what they read.
Yeah, so those FTEs were added to bring BEEP or offer at BEEP a full day alternative. Okay, going from what, roughly 2:30 to 4, 2:30 to 5, something like that.
I don't know what it was before I arrived. We went to full day my first year.
Right.
So
Okay.
I don't know what it was before.
So the one thing that ENRSC did recommend is that the public schools of Brookline be trying to increase tuition in order to cover the costs of whatever they're allowed to in the revolving fund. Because obviously the special education costs are things that you're really not allowed to recoup. The marginal cost of going to full day is not being covered. And the recommendation from the school subcommittee at ENRC, which was adopted by the full committee, was essentially to say, cover it or get rid of it. Because it's only serving about 30 families. And last year or this year, I think it was like $160,000 deficit. All of that is sort of embedded in one of the quote unquote conditions that the committee had in order to sort of like recommend something to the select board as part of an MOU that was suggested. That MOU it's drafted. I think I included a draft in the report that I sent around to everyone. It's not ratified yet. I think the school committee is going to ratify it on Thursday. What happens once that MOU, or if that MOU gets ratified, whether or not those recommendations that the study committee came up with are followed, is something that we will have to watch, I'd say, over the next year or so.
Thank you.
Yep.
Harry.
Oh, no, never mind.
All right, so Cliff,
Okay, okay.
I should say it's been an hour
Yeah,
since Harry said
Okay.
that we were running out of time,
Okay.
and we haven't even advanced from a single slide since that moment. So why don't you finish your presentation?
I've got 2 slides. Only this one has to be talked about. I'll show you what the other one is, but we don't need to talk about it. Okay. We haven't talked about what happens with a no vote. Okay. Like in RSC, the subcommittee is not analyzed, cannot evaluate the accuracy of the data presented, which was compiled for ENRSC over a weekend. Still, the subcommittee believes a failed override would mean significant FTE reductions with severe negative consequences for the town and PSB operations. The schools are forecasting a total of 80.3 FTE reductions in 27, including the cuts of 22.1 that will occur even with an override. And they're forecasting an additional 130 FTE reductions in 28 and 29 for a total of about 210 over a 3-year period. Assuming no change in enrollment, which is probably an assumption that shouldn't be made, class sizes are forecast to increase by 50% or more. I say, you know, if 210 FTEs leave, we're probably going to have families leave or send their kids to private school. Significant changes to or elimination of after-school sports, band, orchestra, drama, and other areas will occur, as well as increases in fees for things like athletics. It's a fairly sobering picture for sure. The subcommittee talked about the following: special education costs, special needs staffing in grade 1, PSP special needs acuity, some of that's been covered tonight. Opportunities for consolidation of overlapping services, we haven't really spoken about that. Contract negotiations, we haven't spoken about that here. Staffing time allocations at Brookline High School and 4+1 rules, we haven't spoken about that. Attendance, we haven't spoken about. We have just spoken about the recommended MOU from IRST. We haven't spoken about the circuit breaker, that's okay. The PSB fiscal management policy statements, I want to talk about this one because it really is something that we've all discussed in the past. I'll take a minute. This was in the write-up. So in the current Public Schools of Brookline fiscal policy statement, there is a comment, and I want to read it if I can find it. I apologize for having all this paper. And of course, right. All right. The statement essentially says the schools will be trying to invest in programs that will generate the most equitable and effective outcomes for the funds invested. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what it says. So the question was asked, well, how are you going to know? What are the metrics? What's the data? How are you going to prove it, not just to the community, but to yourself? And the superintendent said, well, in order to do that, we need to have people who can actually compile and then analyze the data. And that is something that the Public Schools of Brookline have not had for 5 years. And I mention that here because it is an issue that has been near and dear to the folks on this committee, metrics. And it should remain near and dear to us, but it does require in-house expertise to do. I don't know, I believe there is money in the override to bring back a data person. And I just wanted to highlight that for everyone so that people appreciate that without having that in-house capability, none of us, school department, school committee, or this committee, are gonna get the information we want in order to be able to answer the questions we have. That's it.
Thank you. Should we go to general questions?
Are there any left?
I have two people on.
Let's do that then.
Carlos and then, I'm sorry, Bella.
I just wanted to follow up with what Cliff said, that at the district level offices, and you asked like the impact of the reductions. We're short many staff, we're short communications, we're short teaching and learning support. We're short, and the data person was eliminated. The Office of Equity was eliminated. And in reviewing our needs, we will still, if the override passes, the district offices will still be understaffed. But the leadership team, along with the principals, really felt it was important to try to get the data person in. So we are prioritizing that ahead of all these other things that we actually really need. But if it's the one thing that we're hoping for, and to underscore what Cliff said, how we feel it's really important.
Thank you. Carlos, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Harry. So the past few days, there's been emails back and forth between the yes campaign and no campaign about circle breaker funds and what to do with them, punish them, not punish them, the difference in there. So I don't know if you or Melissa could talk a little bit about the differences between replenishing the circuit breaker and not replacing, and how does that, what are the consequences of that?
I don't really how is the question actually framed? Because I'm not on social media, so what is
I
it?
think one campaign is saying we can defer replenishing the circuit breaker funds. And then the
And
other one is saying,
perpetuate a structural deficit?
well, that's what I'm trying to ask is, what are the differences between?
So this district historically takes all the circuit breaker funds that are received.
Maybe you can explain a little bit also what the circuit breaker funds are.
So the circuit breaker funds are that reimbursement for it's expenses that you can identify that can be attributed to a single child for special services. So that tends to be special education, because and it has to be above a threshold of 50,000 generally per student. So you actually have to calculate it for an individual student. What are the services that we offer that are over 50,000? And you have to put in the application, and then the state determines if it's eligible for reimbursement, and that reimbursement rate at this time can be as high as 75%, right? Those monies come to us. There's a lag. Yeah, so the money we spend this year, we apply for, it will come in the next fiscal year. What this district has done is those monies that come get completely attributed to the next year's budget. And so the money that comes in one year gets saved, and then it counters to the next year. So if at any one time it's determined that you're not going to do that, like or use it otherwise, you're just creating a structural deficit where you're just sort of kicking the can in perpetuity. And I think most who think about sound long-term fiscal practices, that's not something that you want to build into your long-term planning. You don't want to kick structural deficits down the line. You want to address them, and then so that you're working within your current fiscal year in real time and accounting. It just, so anyway, that's
okay. But in some years, I don't know if I remember this correctly, in some years the circuit breaker funds have been used to plug in a current gap, right? Not last year or the year before?
So for 27.
This year.
So think about it. I'll try to be as simple as I can. Just, and these are round numbers, just for illustration. Our out of district tuition costs are $10 million a year. Circuit breaker revenue offsets those costs. The expense stays at $10 million. The revenue, what we do is we take, if we have $4 million in revenue from circuit breaker, we take $4 million of expense and we charge it off to the circuit breaker fund. What happened this year is we had $4 million in circuit breaker expense and we moved $6 million of expense against that. Okay, so we don't have enough revenue that we are, okay? So you have a revenue gap there. But you also took $2 million of expense off your operating budget. You put it into your circuit breaker. In 27, two things happened. We're anticipating $4 million. We actually got more. So when I prepared the 27 budget, I took the additional revenue that I received and I applied it. Okay. If you are going to have to pay the $10 million of expenses one way or another, because we're going to get them in the fiscal year. You have to have sufficient revenue in the fiscal year to pay all $10 million. So we borrowed $2 million from next year to pay for that $2 million this year, which created $2 million less in revenue plus $2 million of expense.
So that was what I think was mentioned last year, is that you're borrowing from next year to pay this year. So therefore you may be creating I would say like a credit card
advance
that you still ultimately have to pay.
Yeah.
So if you do that again, then that gap would be bigger.
It does. So for this year, for 27, I was anticipating we would have $4 million in revenue, less the $2 million I had to prepay, which would have meant I had a fund balance of $2 million to apply to next year. Because I get the additional revenue, the $1.4 million in this year, I was able to apply $3,700,000 instead. So I've accounted for all of it. I've given everything, every penny I can to reduce the FY27 numbers, but it's going to take another year in order to fully recover from that. Because I have to get the revenue in to fully compensate for that $4 million that I need on an average basis to offset the cost.
Would you recommend not to do what last year was done?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So the override course corrects for all of that. Like what's in our proposal includes writing that.
I want to say also that borrowing against the future to pay today is not good planning and puts us at risk because it decreases our flexibility to address things that, you plan and you anticipate as best you can. But it is always entirely possible that families move into district that may carry out of district tuition burdens. And so circuit breaker is supposed to allow flexibility to accommodate for when things like that happen. So when you restrict it and you create this deficit, you're restricting your flexibility to be able to accommodate, to mitigate impact to the rest of the services that you're offering students.
Thank you.
Carol Levin.
Thank you. So as everyone knows, I'm very concerned and focused on the repair and maintenance number that the schools provide to the town building department. And my understanding, and this is a question for both Melissa and Susan, or you can choose which of you, answers it. So my understanding is that the school department budget that Cliff's subcommittee and we were just reviewing does not include your contribution to the building department. It only includes custodial expenses for facilities. And that the school's contribution to the building department comes out of above the line. It's an adjustment in the town school partnership. So I'm trying to reconcile what the budget book and what Budget Central shows and the town school partnership number as being the school share to what we were just talking about. Budget Central is showing that under the town school partnership that the school share was supposed to be 144,533,297. How did we get up to the 145 million and change that we've been talking about tonight?
That's the GIC change that gave the schools additional funding.
GIC change, yeah.
Okay, so when the school department or the school committee decided to reduce the contribution to the building department, I'm assuming that's beyond what was included in the town school partnership split. Where do those additional funds show up? Are those included in the 145 million or are they somewhere else?
So the building department asked for an appropriation that was $310,000 less than what they basically are showing a funding gap of 310,000. So because that money was not allocated from the school department, it remains in their budget.
Okay, so the 145 and change million includes that extra 310,000.
So the school committee chose to basically provide the funding level that we published in the budget, and the building department asked for money above and beyond that. And so that request was not granted.
Okay, so the budget book was done after they decided not to fund the 310.
No, the budget book, so what we provide in the budget is we add steps for all employees that are in the building department. And then we inflate the repair maintenance budget by 2.5%. That's something that we've done since the 2008 override. Any requests that the building department has above and beyond that, they need to advocate and ask the school committee to provide. And if the school committee agrees, then we'll make the budget adjustment there. And so they did not agree to adjust the budget further from just those adjustments that we provide to the base.
Okay, so when I reconcile this with the town school partnership numbers, you're saying the town school partnership numbers did not include the 310.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Selwyn.
One minute. I'm trying to get my camera on. Okay, there we go. I just want to make a couple of observations. We've talked about METCO off and on tonight and at other times. I think that it's time that Brookline makes the distinction between the policy of accommodating non-resident students in our school system for various valid public policy reasons and shouldering the costs of doing that. Now, let me just put this in perspective. There are approximately 3,000 METCO students that the city of Boston sends to the suburbs, which basically means that, and the city of Boston does not pay the suburbs anything of consequence for shifting 3,000 students to the suburban schools. Effectively, the city of Boston is offloading to the suburbs something north of $100 million a year. Now, I fail to understand why it is. I mean, Brookline's not the only suburban community that is running into fiscal difficulties, but we are spending at least 10 and probably closer to $15 million a year specifically on Metco. I attempted to examine this in a study I did a dozen years ago in the 2014, 2015 Oversight Study Committee. If you go to the school budget book and try to determine how much we are spending on Metco, you will not find it because the school department has chosen to basically not bother to account for Metco costs other than a handful of Metco specific direct costs. The fact that something of the order of perhaps 7% of our total student body, some 500 students, come from outside of Brookline is something that absolutely imposes a substantial cost burden, and you won't see it in the budget book. And the school department has been aware of this. I've been raising this issue for a dozen years. They just don't want to identify that number. Now, just to put this in perspective, there was an item in the Boston Globe yesterday that Mayor Wu has decided that she wants to implement congestion pricing, which would then impose fees on people from the suburbs who drive into Boston. So, think about that in the context of this shifting of school costs to the suburbs. Boston shifts school costs to the suburbs, and when a suburban commuter drives into Boston, they're going to have to pay a fee to the city. This is a very one-sided policy that the city has, and we need to start adopting a policy that shifts the cost burden back to Boston if we are to continue to educate Boston students. Town of Brookline has a legal obligation to offer free public education to Brookline residents. We do not have a legal obligation to offer free publication to those who do not live in Brookline. We do so, and we have been doing so for a long period of time, but the cost burden is becoming more and more untenable. And unless we are willing to address that policy, this is the ultimate structural deficit. And I just can't understand why no one seems to be recognizing this. And I bring it up and people say I'm a racist. I don't think that's the issue. I'm not opposed to Metco. I'm not opposed to accommodating Metco kids in our school system, but I am opposed to burdening the residents of Brookline with the cost of doing that. And when you hear comments like, well, if the override doesn't pass, we're going to discontinue this and discontinue that, effectively what the school department is saying, in order for us to accommodate the cost of Metco, the 10 to $15 million a year that we're spending on Metco, which of course we don't identify, we're going to have to cut out services to Brookline residents. Is that really what we want? I just don't get it. And it seems to me the solution is to communicate to the city of Boston that this situation cannot persist any longer. We simply can't afford it. And if the override does not pass, and you adopt a policy to effectively penalize Brookline residents by cutting back services so that you can provide free education to Boston residents, I think that is just ultimately a bad policy. And I think at some point the voters are going to object to it if they don't already.
Thank you. I'm going to assume, since no one is responding, I'm going to assume it's a rhetorical question for people to think about.
So
I identified as a comment, Harry, not as a question.
I've said this before. So, and I said I've support Metco before, but I'm not afraid of knowing what the program costs. Let it have a number. Let's know what it costs, and let's decide that it's worth it. To not know, what are we afraid of? That's rhetorical.
Thank you. And personally, I agree with you.
Which part?
It was rhetorical.
It's like the first time.
The Expenditure and Revenue Study Committee also made a recommendation that Brookline get in touch with a couple of other communities, a few other communities, particularly Lexington and Newton, because between the three of us, we're accepting probably 1,200 Metco students out of the 3,000 from the metropolitan area. And try to talk to the legislature about special education costs. Because when Metco was started, the Supreme Court hadn't issued its ruling. And so the costs that we're bearing now have never been contemplated before with respect to that. I do want to say that Boston didn't choose to send Metco students here. It was a program that was set up as a voluntary desegregation program, partly because the fear was that if we didn't voluntarily desegregate, that the federal government was going to come and force us to desegregate. So that was part of the genesis of the program. Having said that particular history, I do think that, or I think the idea from expenditure and revenue was, instead of one community trying to talk to the legislature, if you get a critical mass of the communities talking to the legislature, that perhaps there would be some more leeway. And as Mariah says, would also help if we had more flexibility from the legislature with how we can spend the money that they do give us. Because right now it is, the rules are very stringent. So there are ideas that we could be pursuing to at least mitigate the situation, but it does take political will to do it.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, a quick add to that, if you don't mind. And so it goes to knowing what it costs. That's because if you ask our state representatives, right, and the one who represents most of Brookline in particular, what about more help from the state? The answer you'll get is, so the state budget is tight also. If there is increased state aid for education, but it's not coming to Brooklyn, right? There are gateway cities, there are cities that are way more, cities and towns, and way more need than this one. On the other hand, if in fact we are providing relief to, a municipality where we're educating their students, right, and suffering financially for it, now you've got an argument. But if you don't know what it costs, you got no argument.
We can get there. We can get there. Yeah. Yep.
We have a subcommittee motion.
Yes.
Second.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. I guess we have two motions, right?
Well, so far, we've only been taking votes on the non-override budget
okay.
today, and we were gonna do
That's fine.
the rest of the discussion as we do our big omnibus discussion. So
Okay. So
by formality, we should take the non-override school budget. If there are any amendments, we should discuss them, and then we'll go and do the omnibus discussion, which might fall.
okay. So
I have an amendment.
Oh,
can I make the motion first?
yeah.
Sure.
It has to be seconded too. Okay, so the subcommittee recommends favorable action on the Public Schools of Brookline's fiscal 27 no override request of $145,259,571.
145, 259, 571.
Yes.
Thank you. But the subcommittee motion, so it doesn't actually require a second. Carol, you have an amendment to propose?
Well, no one may remember because they were so asleep the other night, but we did vote to increase the building department's budget by $310,000 with the intent of taking it out of the PSB budget with plans to compensate for that in the fall when the additional state aid came in. and we voted yes on that plan, or we voted yes on the higher building department budget.
I would like to, so I assume there's a second for this.
Second.
Melissa, you want to weigh in on the practicality there?
So I think Carol did have a conversation with Chaz. I think our recommendation would have been to do the reverse. We're waiting for the building and department adjustment in the fall, as opposed to the way that Carol proposing it now.
Melissa, could you explain why?
I think that Chaz is looking to introduce a new strategy around potential funding for building repair and maintenance that allows for additional revenue in the fall to be devoted exclusively to repair and maintenance. This would be the start of that.
Thank you.
Right, comments?
I guess the other thing I would observe is that if you take it out of the no override budget, which already has a 22.1 reduction in personnel, you're gonna have to pink slip additional personnel, and you're not gonna be able to hire them in the fall if that money comes back. Whereas the way that Chaz and Melissa have presented it, you wouldn't have that particular challenge. Just make that observation.
You know, there's another observation that needs to be made, though, along these lines. I mean, I support Carol's motion because there's no reason why the school department shouldn't be carrying all of the costs of servicing the school department. But that 145 million that you identified as the school budget is not the complete cost of the school department, because it does not include things like pensions and health insurance and other stuff that is carried on the town side budget. And we add all that together, and DESE requires for its accumulation of the total school budget, its number has to include that stuff. I don't know offhand what that is, but it's probably much closer to 200 million than 145 million. And the 310,000 is kind of the least of it. If there's another 40 or 50 million dollars that is sitting on the town budget that is rightfully should be considered part of the school budget.
Thank you. Michael Berger.
Yes, thank you, Harry. I support Carol's amendment. And I have a question for Melissa. In the reverse that you proposed, it seems that when more money would be available in the fall, I mean, we're looking at a very tight budget. There may not be an override, so there may not be the opportunity to have more money in the fall to make that allocation. Can you comment?
Sure. So we do know that the Ways and Means budget was higher than the governor's budget. So that's what we're basing that on.
Free cash was what?
So free cash has not been certified yet.
When do you think you'll have an answer? What will that be complete?
So we still need the Senate version of the budget to come out. So that will be another few weeks, and then they have to finish their thing. So
After coming
probably after time. Yeah.
Carlos.
So I think what Carol is also getting to is another issue, which is, so the operating increase for Pierce is not in the override budget either, right? It's, so the non-override or the override has that increase, is that correct, Susan? So it was a 1 point, how much was it, Carol, 1.2?
So the Pierce
no, 29.
estimate from Charlie is 1.2 million, plus there'll be an additional 210,000 for insurance premiums that no one's budgeted for. But from my viewpoint, the reason for doing it this way versus the way Chaz and Melissa had proposed is because I would like to see an end of the school department reaching above the line to the building department budget is a way of getting, depending how you look at it, extra revenue or a reduction in expenses.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking it from the maintenance part, but when you get even to the operational part,
No, I'm not talking about the maintenance. I'm not talking about the CIP numbers. I'm really talking about building operations. That's what the $310,000 is for.
So
It's
then
for
when you
ongoing building operations.
So when you get to the third year of the override, which is when Pierce goes online, the number increases by 1.2 million, which is
Right.
not accounted for anywhere right now.
Right, and that's a combination of utility expense and building operation expenses. And the analogy I've been using is it's like going from an old 1960s or 70s car. It's got a standard transmission, a carburetor, and spark plugs. And now we're trying to operate spaceships, and it's a lot more complicated and a lot more expensive. Plus,
So-
they're bigger.
So my concern here is also that, so this year we have the 300 and something. But when you get to the last year of the override, the money that you need to open brand new piers is not part of the non-override budget or the override budget. So what are we gonna do at that point when we're in the hole already, $1.2 million? On the school budget. I know, you don't have to worry about it. It's not gonna be there.
Well, what I would say is that the building department is the one that prepares the maintenance budget and the town is the one that prepares the electricity budget. And so that's not something that falls within
But it's,
the
but it's,
purview of the PSB staff.
but it's part of the
So, I
operating.
hear what you're saying. If it wasn't considered, it wasn't because there was something that on the school side we were supposed to do in order to make that so, because we don't oversee that, we don't manage that. That is managed by a town department head who submits a budget. And the only other thing I will say is that when any department head presents a budget, we scrutinize those budgets. And Charlie's budget should be treated no differently than the math department budget or the special education department budget.
Oh,
That happened
So,
yesterday too.
so it was reviewed. And Charlie was invited to have conversations with us multiple times. And the school committee made a decision, like it does in every case, about what it's going to fund in the upcoming year and in the future and what we're going to forego. Charlie's budget has increases. There was also some areas of trade-off that were part of the conversation. And so we do that with every department head. And so to come here tonight and have one department be able to come in and advocate in a way that other departments can't, doesn't seem like good.
Well, I would say the difference is that this department, if you don't pay for it, the town pays for it, which is sort of not the same thing with the math department. The math department would just get cut.
Yeah.
But here, with-
Perhaps you're using this as a tool to cut $300,000 of
No,
educational
I
funds.
think what Carol is trying to do is she's not trying to cut it, she's trying to transfer it to the people who are using it rather than the people who are not using
So
it.
where's the $300,000 coming from? Because what I heard was you were gonna cut the school department allocation by $300,000. That's what I heard the motion to be. Is that not?
that's her proposal, yeah.
That's what the proposal is. So you're saying you're gonna cut $300,000 in education to support a town building department budget request that was turned down by the school committee.
So on the one hand, you're saying, you don't have responsibility for preparing the building budget, so therefore it's on the town. And the town is basically saying, here's what it's gonna cost to run the way you want to run the buildings.
No,
Well.
not the way we want to run the
Okay, then,
buildings. Let's be clear about that.
well, then you're saying that the town can control the temperature and control the lights and control the electricity however the town wants to. That, you're not gonna let that happen. You know that.
There are many things, and I don't know that this is the proper venue to have this conversation on the fly on camera. But I'm more than happy to have a conversation about it offline.
The analogy to your math department.
We have a list and we have a way of doing this. Leo, you did the list, but there are people ahead of you.
Okay, I'm not in the room, so hard to tell.
Yeah, just let me finish. So I think, you know, I understand, 300,000 this year, but I'm really worried about the 1.2 in 2 years, because that's, 4 times the size of this one. And Melissa, I don't know where we would get the 1.2 million that the building department would need. So that's really, so Carol is hitting this year, but what surfaced in the subcommittee meetings was actually 2029, which is the 1.2 from opening the brand new $212 million Pierce.
Janice Kahn.
So I just wanted some clarification. So what I'm hearing is to take this money up front now with the intention of putting it back in when we do in the fall, when we get more money in. So in a way, it's really not very dissimilar to what the schools have done with other things where you've needed the money, like we did, circuit break is not the one that I was thinking of. The one that I was thinking, the schools took money from base to pay teacher salaries until there was an off, it was out of sync. So the schools, this is maybe even before your time, I'm not sure. Susan. Yeah, before your time, Susan. So there was a person who saw that there was $1 million in the base budget and decided to borrow from it to pay salaries, knowing that soon there'd be money coming in and it would be replenished. So I think that this is sort of, it sounds to me as that that's what's happening. It's not that it's a total removal. It's a question of syncing the timing versus Melissa's, which is this is the first time I'm hearing about this general scheme of how to handle building maintenance, which is becoming an increasingly larger proportion of our budget, just because we have more buildings and more complicated buildings, and so that those numbers are going up town-wide. So
Right, so the base issue that you bring up, that happened many, many years ago.
Yeah.
And it wasn't legal, and a board member of base called out the deputy superintendent at the time for that. And we had a whole meeting kind of talking about why it wasn't the proper way to do things.
Yeah, so.
And without the appropriation, we can't move forward. We have to make a reduction, for which it's, as Cliff points out.
So I think Cliff's point is actually is a reasonable point, because if it's talking about teachers, it's staff, then that's a very different thing from just borrowing money and putting it back in.
If there's an expectation, a real expectation that the money's gonna be there in the fall, because that's what is being assumed, it just strikes me more prudent to do it Melissa's way.
Yeah.
I appreciate the desire.
Lisa Elwin.
I just wanted to observe that, the analogy that you've drawn to this cutting the math department's budget, which is within the control of the school department. It would be like, if you want to cut the building department expenditure, well, all you have to do is heat the school buildings to 65 degrees and tell the kids to wear their coats all day in the winter. I mean, this is something that arguably is within your control. You may not want to do that, but if you don't want to do it, you have to pay for it.
Well, we did agree to reduce down to 68 degrees. So there are many things that were part of the.
Maybe you have to go to 65 then, if you need to save $300,000.
To reduce the expense.
Okay. Yeah, that's
it.
I think that's it.
Oh, okay. All right, so there's
I wanted to make one last comment if you were about to call the vote, Dennis.
Yes, go ahead.
I appreciate what Susan said about the math department, but the bottom line is the schools do not consider their occupancy costs when they design these buildings or request that these buildings be built. And though I know it, in the case of the Pierce School, I've tried to bring that to the forefront, that they don't consider what they can afford. they go ahead and build it anyways. And it's not an efficient, and the members of the school committee and the school and the building department, and I'm sorry, Superintendent Wong has left. This is not their area of expertise any more than education is my area of expertise. And I submit that it's time to get the school committee and the PSB out of the business of managing the building department budget. The math department budget, they can manage all they want because that's an educational budget. But building operations is not their area of expertise. And I don't know how to get the message across that they should stop looking towards the repair and maintenance and operation budgets as a source of increasing the money for education. That's really what this is boiled down to. And that's why I'm proposing this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis, this is Mariah. Can I just make one quick comment?
Go ahead.
Just to be clear that the school committee did not read the building department budget. The building department budget is what the town staff proposed. The school committee accepted the proposal of town staff.
Then why did Melissa just tell us it was 310,000 less than what Charlie proposed?
Because Charlie proposes a different amount than what Melissa proposes. This happens every year. So we accepted Melissa's number.
So just to be clear, the adjustments to the building department that have historically been made prior to the school committee reviewing his request is steps for employees, utility adjustments, and a 2.5% inflator to the repair maintenance budget. Historically, that's all we've done to address the growth in the building department budget. And anything above and beyond that needs to be advocated for at the school committee level.
So that's a policy? Or is that just a handshake or because that doesn't
practice for at least 2 decades.
but that doesn't take into account things like, inflation or the
A bigger building.
the change in.
Welcome to Proposition 2.5, Cliff. Sorry.
It's not just that, it's also the change in the footprint. You have larger buildings, and so.
Not in 27.
Huh?
Not in FY 27.
From when this whole thing started.
Yeah.
From when the
So there
process
have been
started.
overrides where money was added to address that. There have been overrides where maybe not at the level that Charlie would recommend, but there have been adjustments to the repair maintenance budget as a result of additional money coming via an override.
But for example, when Tappan, which is the brand new building, was there an additional amount added to his budget? Because that building didn't exist in the school department and didn't exist anywhere.
So there was an increase in the building department budget. What the specifics of what that was allocated towards, we probably have to go back and look at some of the documents.
But it was more than the 2.5.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's when
Yeah,
we.
but last year in the FY26 budget, you had approved $170,000 more, and then the town school partnership, the schools advocated to cut 170,000, and that became a new base. So that's not totally consistent with what you were just saying, Melissa, based on what happened with last year's budget.
Right. No, I agree that it was abnormal for the school committee to adjust the budget down.
And they adjusted the budget down and it never got put back in.
Correct.
So we're working from your methodology is working from a base, if we can call the FY26 number that was lowered by the school department.
Yes.
Okay, and this is custom, but it's not a well thought out policy, and it's not currently rational given what's happened to the growth in the size of the schools and the cost of operating schools, any more than splitting the increase in insurance premiums 50-50 between the town and schools makes sense. I mean, there's a lot of things that just aren't, fully thought through given the change in circumstances.
The formula's not perfect and probably needs to.
Right.
Melissa,
Okay.
my concern here and my question to you is if you would reiterate. I am somewhat in favor of this amendment. On the other hand, I'm not sure it can get through town meeting. I think there's gonna be a number of budget issues this town meeting, especially if the override does not pass. I'm not sure this is where I want to plant my flag, because tell me if I'm correct, you seem to be saying it's gonna get corrected in November.
Yeah, the Ways Means budget is $407,000 higher than what the governor's budget was.
None of that will flow to the school department.
That's Jazz's recommendation, is that the entire, at least 310,000 would go to Bill.
We'll go to the
Building
building department. Okay, thank you.
Is there anybody else on your list, Harry?
Nay.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table for favorable action on the operating budget. There's a motion to amend that operating budget by reducing it by $310,000 to cover the adjustment that have been made to the building department budget. Obviously, if that amendment fails, and if the operating budget succeeds, when we discuss, we have an imbalance that on the building department side that we will end up discussing in a few minutes when we go on to the rest of the operating budget. But first, let's take a position on this amendment. You had a question, Carla?
Well, I had a different amendment, which is how do we turn Carol's amendment into November
A condition?
condition? So that it doesn't, so for two reasons. One of them, I understand the issue that creates now with
It wouldn't be an amendment to the school department budget, though. That would be a
Yeah.
warrant article. Wait,
It's an amendment to the school department budget, correct?
That's what Carol's.
That's what
no,
Carol
I'm
proposed.
talking about what Carlos is asking. Carlos is asking, how do you change Carol's amendment to deal with Melissa's proposal for November, correct?
It's town meeting's call. It's not.
Melissa's proposal for
Well, the
November
revenue's
is,
not being adjusted yet, so right now all you have to work with is what's on the table.
okay, so I guess you can.
you can't. That was what I was trying to get.
Wait, you said we can't, but the process for appropriating in the fall is the same as the process appropriating now.
Right, we just can't,
As doesn't decide.
but we can't decide now what a future town meeting will do.
Is that
Correct.
All we can do is have on record that the town administrator is proposing this, and when we go to propose
just have to
budget amendments in the fall, we can remember
We just
that.
have to remember.
We have to
it.
remember it, yeah.
Someone will probably remind us.
There are several people here who would remind us of that if this were to go through. All right, let's vote on this amendment. I'm gonna start at the top. Michael,
Yes.
Harry Bors. This is to reduce the school department budget.
No.
Cliff,
No,
Elise,
No,
John, he's not here. Harry,
No.
David, Mark,
Not right now, no.
Neil,
No.
Susan,
No.
Perry,
No,
Elisa,
No,
Janice,
no,
Brian,
No.
Alec,
No.
Carol.
yes, and I'm just surprised that like no one paid attention the other night what they were voting for.
Liz,
Did it reverse.
No.
I wasn't there.
welcome to my world, Carol. Jocelyn,
Not immediately.
Donnell,
All right now.
I'm sorry, no,
No.
thank you. Linda,
No.
Fran,
No now, but definite in November.
David,
no.
Carlos,
You can-
I wish I could say yes, but I understand why no is.
well, you can say yes because of 18 no's at the moment.
No,
Hey,
No, thank
no,
No. Lee,
Yes.
dude, that wasn't so hard. Christine,
Yes.
all right. 4 in favor, 19 opposed, and no abstentions, remarkably. That amendment failed, so now we have a motion of favorable action on the operating budget of $145,259,571. Michael,
Yes.
Harry Bors,
Yes.
Cliff,
Yes.
Elise,
Yes.
Harry F.,
Yes.
David Mark,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Susan,
Yes.
Harry,
Yes.
Elisa,
Yes.
Janice.
Yes.
Brian.
Yes.
Alec,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Liz,
Yes.
Jocelyn,
Yes.
Donnell,
Yeah. Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
Lee.
Well, following Harry's longstanding admonition against abstentions, I can't support this, so I have to vote no.
All right, Christine.
Yes.
Okay, so 22 in favor, 1 opposed, and no abstentions. We're recommending favorable action on the school budget
And there's a big asterisk.
with the big asterisk. Yes, I accept that.
Susan, we wish you well.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. I appreciate it.
All of our support, grudging as it is sometimes.
It's your job.
All right, Melissa, hey,
All right.
Are we not gonna vote on the yes override budget?
we haven't done it on any other
No.
department yet, so.
So Carol can bring her amendment back to the yes override budget.
She could, yes, but I mean, there has been very little debate thus far about the override conditions. All of our debates in the add backs have been on the non-override side anyway, so it's my assumption that when we get to our omnibus vote, the override budget will not be that difficult.
So Dennis, does this mean we're gonna need to actually have a conversation about the building department budget rather than just fobs to the town hall? Or are people not interested in what's going on with it?
I did not understand a word of what you.
Oh, because the only questions on the other night about the building department budget were about fobs to town hall, so we don't get locked out. I don't think there was any real conversation about that budget.
You know.
That they
yeah,
voted to increase.
This committee will focus on very obscure details of departmental budgets. So no, we're not gonna, I mean, we're gonna have to revote the building department recommendation in a few moments when we discuss so if you wish to bring up other topics, we're not gonna have anybody from the building department here.
And Carol, had your amendment actually been about fobs, I think it would have passed.
I think you're probably right about that one.
So let's move on to warrant article 4. Was there a subcommittee?
I don't think there was. I know Carol has seen the report. I did send it to Lisa. I don't know if you've been able to add it to the
So
packet.
this should actually have been noticed as a public hearing then, I bet.
So Article 4 is essentially what we use to compel departments to articulate what the status of current special appropriations and bond finance accounts are. There are 2 reports that were late submitted to you. I can call them up if you'd like to see.
Yes, you are a co-host, so you
Yeah.
can.
Yep. And then, get to the folder and then we can call them up.
So is this leftover money?
This is unexpended special appropriations, so I wouldn't describe it as leftover money.
Unexpected.
Because the departments have basically indicated in the comment field what the plan is for the use of the funds. At this point, there is no recommended motion under this article. I will note that Carol and I have been talking about potentially repurposing the old school mini CIP money because there were restrictions that were on that language that we would like to kind of refresh and kind of have anew with the current appropriation. So when we vote on the CIP, there's a mechanism that we can do in the vote that will accomplish that. So that's really the only account that's getting
Back up to there's no motion under Article 4.
So the no action is basically what we're recommending at this point, and if we need to move the money from the the old mini CIP to new mini CIP, we can accomplish that through the budget motion.
Okay.
We don't need to do it through Article 4.
Okay.
Are you referring to this table with 502 million?
Nope, that is,
502,000.
that's the GIC recommendations
Okay,
that you have.
different
So
one.
this
Never
report,
mind.
which I'm sure you'll probably have an even harder time reading, is what we call the K accounts, which are revenue finance CIP. So as an example, if I zoom in a little bit, you can see that Charlie has indicated that most of the projects that he has are ongoing. There is one project that's on hold due to the Pierce project. Same thing with DPW. They've got their statuses indicated here as well. Erin's got a lot more descriptions about where all of these things are. And you can see there's, you know, a couple of accounts that say complete. There's no balance in them. They'll get closed by the comptroller's office. So that report, if you have any questions about, let me know and I can double back with the department head. So that is for revenue finance CIP. And then we also have bond finance CIP. It's also very difficult to read. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. There are a couple of okay to close. I would need to talk with Lincoln whether or not we need to do a rescission or whether or not they can close them. I think given the dollar amount, they might be able to just close them. I will note that the high school appropriation, there is and money that is encumbered here. You may recall that when we needed additional funding for the high school, we asked the Department of Revenue for that additional authorization to be able to be applied to the debt exclusion. And they did not approve the full amount that we asked, that we had town meeting authorized. So we've been holding it as an encumbrance, and at some point we're going to need to rescind that because there's no funding source allocated for that particular fund. So that will be something that will be probably once the high school is complete, we'll look to rescind a piece of that bond authorization. And then there are other, most of these are in process and ongoing and should be familiar to you, but if you have any other questions.
Melissa?
Yep.
If the state didn't approve it.
Yep.
And we're gonna rescind it, how was it paid?
So it hasn't been.
No, it wasn't any
We haven't pulled the money
authorization.
down. That's what I'm saying is that the authorization exists, but we haven't borrowed the money. And it's not built into a debt plan, so that if we were to borrow the money, we would then have a bill that we would need to figure out.
So we're gonna have to borrow the money.
We are not planning.
No, it's
That's what the rescission is.
Okay.
it's good news
Oh,
that there was money left. There was money left in the overall allocation the town meeting voted to spend on the school, but it wasn't all spent, but
Okay.
there was an authorization.
Thank you.
We basically made sure that the only money that the building department could access was money that was debt exclusion qualified. So the fact that there was a gap there, we encumbered that money to say, you can't touch this. Charlie keeps asking me about it, but he knows that it's money that hasn't been allocated and shouldn't be spent.
So we have a charge card limit that's much higher than anything we're planning on spending money on. We're trying to cut that limit down so nobody spends it.
So for this bond stuff, when you have a very small amount, that you put on the top
Yeah.
of that, the slide.
Yeah.
When you have a very small amount, assuming, we've already borrowed, and we have like $1,700 left and Lincoln's gonna close it out. Where does that money go? Since it was bonded, where does it go? Does it go into free cash?
I can confirm with him, but I think that's how it works.
Okay.
Melissa, I just wanted to scroll back just a tiny bit because the landfill was in this and that's been kept for a really long time. So I just wondered, the Newton Street landfill. So I'm just even surprised to see it on this list.
So the note says compliance reports ongoing, so it's still a project that they don't feel is completely resolved yet.
So that's that's money for monitoring. Okay, thank you.
Carlos?
Yeah,
Gonna be monitoring.
the pre-management. So
Are you in the C accounts or the K accounts?
K account.
Okay, let me switch.
How much money do we put in this year?
365,000.
But it has
Yep, and this was something that was brought up with the capital subcommittee,
Right.
and I think they had talked about that they weren't fully staffed in the forestry division, but now that they have backfilled some positions, they feel that they're gonna be able to really escalate their spending.
Okay, and then, bicycle access improvements, which has 1,238,000. So I'm reading a lot of those projects,
Yeah, there are some heavy fund balances, and that was part of what I talked about with Carol, and it also was a factor in the decision making around the fiscal 27 requests. There was a vacancy in the transportation division that also has been filled, so we're expecting that there'll be some movement there as well.
okay.
Yeah, the 1.2 billion, so what's happening with that?
So it's just a backlog in the request that they have in the plan that they are looking to implement.
So what happens this year, but we'll go for.
I think this spring, this summer, there'll probably be some progress on the balances in these accounts.
All right, any other questions?
Yes, I have a question about those accounts. So are any of those in the enterprise fund in terms of the golf course or water or?
There are some bond authorizations that are water and sewer and enterprise related, yes.
But these are ones that we were looking at. And what's the difference between the K and the other
C.
one? C?
Yep, so the K accounts are revenue finance, so those are cash, and then the Cs are bond financed.
Good, thank you.
Yep.
One more, I thought there was one fire engine that we weren't doing anything.
So you're thinking about the fiscal 27 request for fire apparatus repair for the rescue.
So it's not.
These are appropriations that have already been made by town meeting.
So, all right, I will move no action on warrant article. Or what?
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, so there's a motion for no action on warrant article 4. Michael,
Yes.
Harry B,
Yes.
Cliff,
Yes.
Elise,
Yes.
Harriet,
Yes.
David, Mark, Abs,
Okay, yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Susan. Here's Susan. Harry,
Yes.
Elisa,
Yes.
Janice,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Alec,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Liz,
Yes.
Jocelyn,
Yes.
Donnell,
Yes.
Linda,
She is left.
Fran,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Christine.
Yes.
All right, 21 to 0. Lisa, no action on warrant article 4. So that brings us to, Susan has to leave. Okay, that brings us to the final topic on the agenda tonight, which is the fact that we have a budget, which is as per all of our votes to this point, is both out of balance by $310,000, but also has a couple of pending items that we've been talking about along the way. We had expressed a desire to find a way to restore $175,000 to the Council on Aging for medical transport services. We had hoped to find a way to restore $50,000 to the Health Department for the Brookline Bounty Food Coupon Program. So the good news is
That the food voucher program has been restored, at least through the recommendation of the town administrator.
as per, and so you presumably have
So I have
a new table for
yep, I
us.
have a budget table that I can walk through, that I'm gonna be walking through the board. That has the original budget, the GIC recommendations for restoration, the no override budget, the things that the advisory committee has done mostly the capital subcommittee at this point, related to the CIP plus the building department adjustment. And then where the override money is going. So I can walk you through all that. And then I have a Word document that has all of the conditions of appropriation as well.
Would you like to start sharing?
Sure.
Doing that?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I know you've been down here most of the evening.
Yeah,
Do you have anything to report to us on what's happened upstairs tonight?
unfortunately, I do not. At this point, sorry.
And Dennis, are we also going to vote on the CPA items that we did not vote the other night? We had 8 votes that we tabled. But that's part of the.
We are
No,
not,
it's a different article, isn't
it's a
it?
different article and it's not on our agenda for tonight.
Okay.
I don't remember when it is on our agenda for.
We're not voting.
I
And-
think May 7th
Yeah.
for some reason.
Yes, May 7th is warrant article 9.
No, CPA.
Yeah, but he's asking about the CPA because we were splitting the vote potentially, and there's a new set of motions that Neil and Carol have been working on. But no, the CIP is contingent on the free cash question, and so you need to give us a
So we don't have.
timetable because there's an arbitrary date for the combined reports that it'd be nice to have a recommendation for.
Yeah, we don't have our free cash certified. It is extremely late. I think we're all very aware that this is way late in the process. I would say an ideal time frame for that would have been October, and here we are in April. It's in the hands of DOR now, so we are getting some intermittent questions, but DOR usually turns it around pretty quickly, so I'm hopeful that at some point this week we may actually get the number. Given the inquiries that we are getting from DOR, finance staff feels that the estimate that was provided for the budget was probably too high. So I've been kind of looking at potential options and planning for what that might mean. Probably the least harmful way to deal with that might be to flip a project to a bond financed project and then kind of have that ripple through the plan going forward. But at this point, I just want a final number so that I can make a final recommendation. I don't want to speculate at this point.
But I mean, just from a timing perspective,
Yep.
we would have to take, we have cleverly noticed consideration of warrant article 8 at every upcoming meeting. So
Probably a
that,
smart idea.
so that we can handle this sort of thing.
Mhm.
So that could be Thursday.
Yeah, if
of
we
this
get it in
week.
time to make a recommendation, then I think,
It won't be next Tuesday, 'cause there's no meeting because of the election.
The election, yeah, but
So,
Wednesday, I think.
We don't currently have a meeting noticed for Wednesday. We have one for Thursday, right?
We have, we have May 7th,
Which is Thursday.
which is Thursday.
So we may wish, but the May 7 is also the date for the date
deadline
for the combined reports. So we may wish to, I think we have to at least plan that there's a possibility we'll have to have a meeting, a virtual meeting on Wednesday. Even if it is just to make our vote, because I have to have something to report on the budget for Thursday.
When are we gonna do the conditions of appropriation? Is that gonna be tonight or later?
Hopefully it's tonight. We have a couple of, Melissa's gonna take us through what she has, and then there are at least 2 amendments proposed to that.
Including the law department that we discussed the other night, is that gonna be tonight?
So Neil has a condition of appropriation that was in the packet, which is an attempt to address, how funds are expended for investigations. And Jocelyn has an amendment, which is not a condition of appropriation. Oh, it's a condition of appropriation for one of the CIP items.
And I think Tim might still be on this call, so if in order of, I would prefer you deal with, so that Tim can get off the call and then we can.
He
get
is still
to
on the call.
Yeah.
Carlos, you had a question?
Yeah, can you just expand a little bit more on the free cash? What kind, what are they, what kind of questions are they doing?
About abatements and receivables. So basically questioning the number of receivables given the amount of abatements that were happening during the course of the year.
Okay, so is that like an audit?
It's really just validating the data that our team is submitting to DOR. So, you know, a lot of what they do is they make sure that they're deducting for things like if there's an account that has an outstanding balance, like, you know, as an example, police details, that account is always in the negative because there's a, you know, the collection rate is not as strong for police details as taxes. And so you have to kind of allocate that gets kind of, you get dinged on your free cash for that balance. So that it's covered in what you have for available cash.
But we do collect the police detail.
Eventually we do get it, but it's just the rate is not as strong as tax collection.
So why don't you go ahead?
Okay, so this spreadsheet here just shows the my screen. Right, so this column I is essentially the original budget, what you received and what is in the financial plan. You got a memo from the town administrator yesterday that described the recommendations for the use of the town share of GIC savings by department. So that's what this column J does, is adds those items to those particular budgets. You can see the school department budget got 726 from that adjustment as well. The overall health insurance reduction was $1.2 million. So then that gives us our no override budget. I will note that you did take a haircut for $750. So I've noted that here. So your overall deficit is $750 less with the adjustment there. So, and then here is the building department adjustment that you made. This column here is I called it capital subcommittee changes because at the time that I was building this, you hadn't taken your vote on the building department budget. And then these are things that the capital subcommittee has recommended that I'm sure Carol will discuss when we're going through the CIP. But they made a reduction overall in the CIP of $100,000 and are recommending that go towards OPEB. So I've just indicated that here. And then they made some adjustments to some CIP projects here, adding money to the technology account, reducing wayfare, wayfinding signage, and fire apparatus rehab, adding money for the town hall HVAC per Charlie's recommendation, and then reducing the classroom capacity item, which Carol will describe more when we cover the CIP.
Is wayfinding, is that street signs?
Yeah. Basically to help people find parking and other,
Oh, it's not actual street signs.
No, it was a special.
yeah, it's a special project proposed by the planning department.
Okay.
Then we have the override restoration. So this would be what would be raised in year one of the override, and then you can see the budgets where those funds would go on the town side here, and then the school allocation of the override, which matches the number that Cliff presented earlier as well. So that's what you have in front of you. Obviously, the CIP is still in flux. There are other items that are contingent on free cash that would likely be implicated in a reduced free cash number. Basically, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund would likely see a reduction, but I don't foresee that the recommendations around the other areas that get free cash, like the reserve fund, the stabilization fund, and the liability fund, would change. It would really be, the brunt of it would be CIP, and then affordable housing would take any reduction that we would need to impose. So that's kind of where we are. I apologize for not getting this to you in advance because I was still working on it, even as I was sitting over here. But I will send that to Lisa and it can be uploaded to your packet.
I have two questions just for clarification purposes. So, because I stepped out for a minute. So under GIC restoration, can you show the health department number, the 50,000, just so I can see it?
Oh, yeah. Here it is.
Okay. And for the Council on Aging issue, the item that we've marked for 100, that we had talked about for 175,000, is that included in the override column?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's under override restorations. That's over here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So as I understand it, there are a number of items that are being recommended by the capital subcommittee that Carol will explain to us. And the big question for us at the moment because I'm assuming that since the vote we took earlier means that we are endorsing, at least for the time being, your budget as far as what the building department allocation is.
Yeah, if you stuck with the building department appropriation that you voted the other night, you're in deficit 309,250.
Right. If we don't, we're over by, we have $750 to play with.
Correct.
And
Pepperoni.
right, well, we can put it back and add pepperoni for Dave and Mark. So the big elephant in the room was the discussion around the ARPA funding evaporating for transit, for senior transit.
So I have a question about that because I seem to remember that the 175,000 was not just medical transport, wasn't it? Was there something else in there, or was it strictly medical transport?
It didn't say, I believe, it just said to the Council on Aging for transport.
So I think it was staffing and.
Staffing and, okay. I just wanted to be clear. Yeah. Thank you.
Brad.
Okay, so I have a problem with this GIS stuff.
Including that it's GIC.
Whatever. I'm name challenged. You have $500,000 here. And throughout the last couple of years, Chaz and you have like pounded on the table and told us you can't hire people with one-time money. And half this money you have going to reestablish staff. So isn't this one-time money?
No, this is recurring.
It's because Melissa was in 2020 hindsight overly cautious several months ago in estimating how much should be allocated for health insurance. And then when it actually came in, it turns out she could dial the number back.
But health insurance may go up a lot more next year, and
We'll go through the exact, it's an annual exercise, so it's not one time.
and do we get any comments on adjusting what these things are going for?
So these are the things that you've been reviewing with departments throughout the course of your budget reviews, because they've been talking about all of the reductions that were being made via in a no override budget. So the Human Services Subcommittee is probably very familiar with the library part-time staff reductions and what that means in terms of service. You probably are very familiar with the Council on Aging temp workers. You advocated very strongly for the health food voucher program. So those are things by virtue of you kind of holding your subcommittee meetings and discussing that you may be more familiar with those than maybe some of the broader aspects that would have been presented at the full committee.
But yes, the answer to your question is that if you would like to convince your colleagues that you know the priority of the Council on Aging restoration is of higher priority than, you know, 6 other $30,000 restorations that are elsewhere, then yes, we can. I mean, it's our budget, but it's not just a.
Can you explain to me what the 121,000 finance staffing is and the 99,000 public works, what staffing and recycling supplies, what are those for?
So we reduced 2 positions in the procurement office, and we also reduced a position in the assessing office as well. The public works, there was a vacant mechanic that got reduced. And then recycling supplies was $20,000. I think Aaron would probably be better able to describe what they do with that money.
I'm not sure about that. As the person who wrote the DPW report, I don't have a clue as to what that 99,000.
Well, I can get more information.
You're not getting it tonight.
Right. No.
So we're gonna make our best estimate as to what we think, what value we think it has.
Well, that's $250,000. And Are those in the restore, if the override passes, those would be restored? Those staff?
So this would be if even if the override did not pass, they would be restored.
No, what I want to know is, if we don't do this, were those positions slotted in the override?
No, because they were factored into the way that the override structure was built. So Chaz already knew what the GIC savings were when he built his proposal for the select board. So this was factored into what his recommendations were.
So if I say I have $220,000 in salaries, and I think that should go to council on aging,
But then those cuts would stick and would be laying off to people. Everything's wrong to
So I don't like to lay off people, but maybe you could tell us what the communication person in your office does, because I believe that's a relatively new position. And I'm going to give you a continuum. It's a PR lack, and we don't need it. I guess the opposite end of the continuum is we've really needed it for years, and this person does X, Y, and Z.
I think she's extremely valuable. We had a training last week on media training, and it was a packed room in the select board hearing room. That was a recommendation that she made because we get so many press inquiries and people don't know how to deal with it. Without a local newspaper, I mean, we do have Brookline News, but without the tab, we really need to get in front of the way that we are communicating information to residents. And the improvements that you've seen to the website, she's been a large part of that. We got an award on the way that our website looks. We also got first place in the annual report. A lot of that work she's been doing as well. She takes a lot of the press inquiries, a lot of the statements that are coming out of the town. She's got a hand in as well. And then it's also helping all of the people that are using social media and helping them standardize the way that they are communicating so that it looks consistent and professional. And there's a lot more that she does as well. The engagement with the school children on the I voted sticker. She worked with that with Ben on that as well. That's community engagement as well. There's a whole host of things that she does. I think she's definitely worth her value.
So I'm going to shift here. Because I, like Fran, I'm looking for money to restore to the seniors. I'm going to propose 31,000 from the legal budget. I think that was money that was wasted, which indicates to me that they've got money to waste. And if they need $10 or $20 or $30,000 to do a legal investigation, they can come to us for a reserve fund transfer. So that's where I'm suggesting 31 grand come from. For the committee to opt into or not.
Would that include a loss of a position, or would that be a discretionary fund that they have?
So any money that's not spent on things like investigations and an outside counsel at the end of the fiscal year, they usually use it to settle claims. So it would delay their ability to settle claims.
But if it were cut, it's not like we would be laying off the person in the town council office, right? They have a fund where that would come out.
If where is Harry proposing it's coming from?
Out of services.
Okay.
Okay.
Neil.
This is the first time for as long as I've been on the advisory committee that I've ever heard claims settled because we have money left in the budget. And that's not anything I've ever heard from this town council ever.
So because we typically do a transfer that doesn't require the advisory committee to approve, but the town council has historically transferred money out of services into claims and settlements because of any potential surpluses that they have.
I'm not concerned about the transfer of money.
Yeah.
It's a settlement of claims, which I've heard over and over. We settle claims that we think we're gonna lose based on how much legal fees we're gonna have. Paraphrasing a lot. I've never heard that I wait until the end of the year and see how much money I have in my budget, and then I use that to settle litigation for whatever purposes.
That's been the tradition even before Joe. I think, Jocelyn would probably tell you that that's.
I've never heard it.
I'm not participating in this one.
Okay. You know, I think these are minor claims, like, you know, if someone trips on a sidewalk and sues the town, like things like that, those happen all the time.
I know that, but my understanding was that they were just settled in the ordinary courts where the town is involved. You determine fair amount and settle it, not, oh, gee, we have money left in the budget at the end of the year, so let's settle these and not settle the other ones.
No, I think sometimes the pressure of the closed fiscal year and available funds helps get to a conclusion on it.
I hear you. It's new to me. And I don't think it's a best practice for settling claims with legitimate claims of the public.
Alyssa, what is the 10,000 to the select board? going for?
So we have used that, we have had, quarterly department and division, professional development sessions that have been, sometimes we'll bring in a speaker. You know, we had one about, you know, handling difficult conversations, giving and receiving feedback, kind of helping
We
department
can
and
take
division.
care of that. Free.
Yeah. So that's typically what we've used it for. And sometimes if we have a department head search, you know, we might need some help with the recruitment and things like that.
And if you didn't have that money and you had a department head search, you would come to us for a reserve fund transfer?
I don't know what we would do. I would have to, you know, ask the HR department.
Let me put it differently. You could come to us for a reserve fund transfer.
Okay.
I mean, legally speaking.
Well, I mean, yes.
I mean, I'm not saying we give it or not.
Right.
You could ask us for it.
We had that conversation with the library director search, and it really wasn't something that we felt that we could take from the reserve fund during the library director search.
Well, I think during the library director search, they had the money from salary savings to do it.
They eventually found it themselves, but they were gonna come to us for a reserve fund
I think
transfer,
they
and we were
could have come
basically
to us,
saying,
and if we had
it's
thought it
not
was.
unexpected or anything else to qualify for it.
Well, I think you could, if you want to use that as an example, I think if somebody quits midway through the year, it's unexpected that you're gonna need to replace them. And that you could easily say, in order to recruit in the modern world, you have to pay somebody's moving expense.
Turnover is not unexpected.
I'm sorry.
Turnover in general is not unexpected.
Director would be unexpected. But anyways, we're not talking about that.
Yeah.
I'm looking for money.
Right.
And that seems to me $10,000 that I could devote to senior medical transport. Because the thing is, people, if we don't restore the senior medical transport, somebody's not getting a lift to the doctor's office. If we choose in our wisdom that the legal department is entitled to 31,000, then that's 31,000 that's not going to senior transport. Fran.
And could I mention that the senior transport starting this year is means tested. So these are not for rich seniors, these are for qualifying seniors.
Are we gonna take motions?
Well, we will, but we're still
Yeah,
talking.
keep looking through it, Harry.
We're still talking about.
Can I ask about information technology? I see 20K there, and then I thought there was something else. I was wondering if it was for the cybersecurity licenses, because that was a concern we had raised earlier.
So we've described this as hybrid related services. I think you know that we have some issues with the timing of some of our software renewals, the Zoom licenses in particular. I think when I first kind of talked with her about that, that was what she was thinking about. But then I think we've also been talking about the pressures that we've been hearing from Big and whether or not that might provide some relief as well. So I think in between those two items, there's definitely a lot of need there. And the fact that her software costs are going up higher than what we gave her for an allocation. So.
Okay, and might some of that software be cybersecurity, or I thought it was like 130K, something like that.
Yeah, I would want Fung to speak to that.
Okay. And then I have a question about snow and ice.
Yes.
I saw that didn't change, but you're confident in those, keeping those numbers the same?
So the way that we traditionally budget for snow and ice is that we have a base budget, which has kind of gets the upfront cost kind of taken care of, and then, once the storms happen, the expectation is that we would be using the reserve fund to cover the rest of what we need. So this year,
Okay.
we're looking around $2.1 million. We also squeeze out any salary savings that's in DPW before coming for the reserve fund transfer as well. And the reason why we do that is because when you invoke chapter, I forget what the chapter is that allows us to deficit spend, you are not allowed to reduce the appropriation for snow and ice the next year. So we would, if we inflated it based on what we were seeing for spending, and then, well, we don't want to add $2 million to snow and ice, let's pull it back. We wouldn't be able to do that.
Fran, could you comment on the 10,000 temporary worker restoration for Council on Aging? In your considered opinion, is that more important than the senior medical?
Not sure what that 10K is. And it could be one of the drivers. It could be an admin. I'm not really, unfortunately, I'm not certain what that is. Because most of our workers are volunteers, and I wonder if that's the IT training or that's one of the paid temporaries. I'd have to, I don't know. I'm sorry.
happen to know most?
I think it might be related to the admin. I think Emily did send me an email that said that she was looking, if this was gonna stick, that she'd like to do an authorization to hire.
Well, previously, last year, that Ruth Ann was there was a half-time admin that was funded by the Senior Center Foundation that the town has not allowed the Council on Aging to hire, even though the money was coming from foundation. There is a tremendous crunch in admin because there aren't any. And there are a lot of things in the Council on Aging that volunteers can't do because of all the social services, HIPAA, and those sort of things. So I wouldn't be surprised that there is a need for admin.
Thank you.
And I'll just say, as somebody who is a big fan of the library, I don't like the idea of cutting the part-timers budget, but I'd rather see that money go toward the senior transportation. But, start doing that. We can take a piece here, a piece there, and see if we can make it happen to what's needed to keep it, the town. Why is sanitation going up 20 grand? Is that a contract thing with Casella, or is that for something?
No, I believe that's supplies.
Supplies.
Yeah. I think it was a reduction that we had made.
So this, in here. So the money that comes from the fees, the cable fees,
Yes,
that's thrown into
that's part of the overall local receipts.
local receipts number. And the part that goes to big is reflected where?
So they get that directly from the cable companies.
Oh, okay.
And we transmit money for capital as well. They get capital money and then they get revenue coming directly off of franchise.
Okay, and then the MOA that has been renegotiated now.
Yeah.
That's agreed by the end of this fiscal year.
That's the goal, is to have an MOA in place to cover us for the next year at least.
And if there's an increase in percentage that goes to big, is in a reduction?
We would need to make a reduction here, yeah.
Is that reflected anywhere?
At this point, there's no agreement, so there's nothing to adjust here.
But is there? Say, for example, that you do agree to give 1 more percent.
So I think what we need from BIG is basically an understanding of the services that we're receiving for the money that they're currently getting.
Yes, but regardless of sort of like, how do you get to the agreement? If you end up agreeing to give them 1 more %, then we would fix that in November? Or where would,
I think it would depend on what the effective date of that agreement was and whether or not we needed to make a budget adjustment to make that happen. Or whether or not it would be allocated out of.
okay, so, and right now, it's not contemplated anywhere.
Correct.
And the collective bargaining for the town going up by 74,000. Is that already spoken for the vote just tonight?
So that was another reduction in finance, but we hadn't articulated specifically where it was going to be, so we were going to hold back on delivering a COLA to them in lieu of that. So it's essentially a kind of timing thing, basically taking salary savings from the department instead of the administering that directly in the department.
So not available for the,
I would not recommend using that because we were looking, we've already talked about the struggles that the finance department has had in certifying free cash. We had some recommendations around procurement in our audit. So I do think that, like, in hindsight, those cuts were not the best. I'm glad that we're able to restore them. But so then what's the other 121 for finance? Just staff. What are those staff doing? So that is the combination of the 2 positions we talked about in purchasing and then the part-time staff in the assessment department.
Fran, the 175,000 that had been the COA for the medical stuff, that was
It's
provided.
actually more than that, but that's
Well,
what town would
let me,
allow.
okay.
Yeah.
Now that it's means tested, does that sort of cut back on the need for 170, let's like say 175 is the number. Does that cut back on the need for, I mean, if we could restore 100 and they still means tested it, would that get them considerably further?
They've made changes, like there were frequent flyers, and so they've limited it to 3 round trips a month. I'm not sure if they have the data, because up until now, it was $25,000 a month. And they've tried to cut that, which is, about 300,000 or something, at late night math. Do you have any? Yeah, I assume that is going down, but my understanding was the 175 was not going to cover the whole thing, even with the reductions. Because they also have the issue that there are several transportation programs. There's getting to and from the senior center. There's, all the TNC money went to the teen senior center pilot. So that was 100,000 that was used for senior center alone transportation. So it's a very much in flux. But let's put it this way. $100,000 would go a lot further than nothing.
Right. So I'm gonna, disclose my small conflict of interest. I made use of the senior center taxi cab. I have now been means tested out, so I am not going to be making stuff.
May I respond?
Yes.
They're pretty much canceling the taxi program, and they're pushing, which was the thing that was $25 it costs them per ride, contractually, and they're pushing everyone to Uber, Lyft, GoGo Grandparents, and the new ride program by the state that's like Uber. And however, their transportation coordinator will help you make that reservation if you'd like. So if you're all stressed out and you can't do it yourself, you can still call up and say, "Can you do it for me?"
Okay, so again, in
But
my
you pay.
case, I can call Uber or Lyft and do it myself, which is what I have done since they went means tested. But just looking at this list, I can come up with 81,000. And I think that's better than nothing. So I'm gonna be proposing that the 10,000 to the select board, the 30,000 to the library, the 10,000 to the Council on Aging for the temporary admin person, and the 31,000 from the legal department budget. That gives 81 grand that I'm going to move in, suggest move into COA for the medical transport. David Martin.
Just a procedural question. Would we have the ability as the finance committee to cancel the teen center agreement to fund, you know, 100,000 there? Could we take, do we have the authority under what we do to take the 100,000 for the pilot, put it back into senior transportation?
Have the contract, so.
You would need a town meeting in order to be able to do that. So it wasn't, you would need to,
In a separate warrant article or?
it would need to be a budget amendment.
Oh, that could propose that. That would take us the rest of the way. I would also suggest we take 24,000 out of legal. And
an additional 24.
Yeah. And put that toward the seniors as well.
Any particular one?
Well,
Any particular one?
From the legal services, budget. 24 grand.
Melissa, you have to delete the 310 from the building department.
So you voted this, so you're gonna undo that?
Well, I'm operating under the, this is brainstorming. We haven't
Yeah,
voted any
yeah.
of those other numbers either.
Yep, yeah, that's true, that's true. So if we think that's the way of the committee, you can get rid of that.
I think that's how the committee intended to vote as of an hour ago.
Put that into advisory.
Yeah, so you've got a surplus right now, 105,750.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if schools is having to reduce some of the early literacy programming, do we really want to restrict access to our libraries?
How are we restricting access?
Because if we can't afford to staff them, like if we don't have a lot of part-time staff, to keep the buildings open, wouldn't that then restrict access to the
How many
library? Am I
is
missing
that?
something?
The library director would need to answer that. And
Okay.
it's also, I think it's programming and potential reduction of
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah,
That's
most of
way
the
it's
programming
described.
is done by full timers,
Mhm.
you know, who like to do that kind of stuff. Part timers will shelve the books and do a lot of these smaller projects, which could be taken up by the full timers. I mean, the library director signed off on the budget cuts.
But
Just remember,
the-
just a data point here, just so we all are aware. Every single one of these numbers that we're talking about right now is a number that we already voted in favor of over the last 2 months. So we already voted to recommend cutting those library positions. We already voted to recommend
So this-
cutting that select board funding. We already voted all of those things. These are proposed undoing
These
of
are
those
not on
cuts.
top of.
These are not on top.
Okay.
These are to undo things we've already done. And the question is now is what is the priority of those undoings? And people here are arguing that undoing, well, actually doing, because it was an ARPA funded program and now it's not, but doing this is of higher value. People are arguing that this is higher value to us, the collective, than those 2 library positions, than whatever it might be. Now, I mean, I think like there are a million possible ways we could slice this, so I hope we can narrow down, but just so you understand.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
But the cuts to the legal department, aren't they in a different category
The
here?
cuts in the legal department will be in a different
Okay, and
category.
specifically, I want to ask, I know I think you both said services, there's about 10 different lines under services. Are we specifying or are we leaving that to the legal department? Assuming we do this.
Well, I think he would need to articulate what a cut of this magnitude would do to the way that he operates the budget.
Well, I'm gonna disagree with you on that. Again, they've spent that money on an unnecessary investigation this year. They haven't spent the 24, but they've certainly spent the 31. That, again, to me, indicates they've got money to burn. because they didn't need to do that. They could have gone to the state free and had the state do the investigation. They chose not to. That was a decision. And presumably they chose not to because they had money. And that's not something I wish to encourage.
Yes, can I just ask, would they chose to, was it their decision?
Well, it was the town administrator's decision, presumably in strong consultation with the town attorney. And it came out of the town attorney's budget, I believe, for investigation. So if you were to ask the town attorney, he would say that's attorney-client privilege. I cannot tell you what I said. But I think, frankly, given what Chaz wrote to me in those emails that you had access to, I think it was the town attorney who lodged the original complaint. The non-DPW person came to me, Chaz, with a complaint. I can pretty much guess who that is because the description of what that person said in the complaint, conflating campaign budget violations with ethic violations and talking about a case in the city of Boston was exactly the same thing town council said to us a couple of weeks ago. So unless there are two people in town hall who make these conflations, and I don't think there are, you know. Michael Berger.
Yes, I have Melissa, maybe you can help me here. I remember a couple of years ago, there was the disposition of funds from the TNC program from Uber and that money plus the ARPA. And I believe that the TNC funds were allocated and distributed through a decision of I think the Transportation Board makes a decision. Some were to bike lanes and some was to the medical senior medical transportation. So the question is some of the money from this year that's been allocated from those funds into bike lanes? I mean, it would be not good to take it away from bike lanes, but at least it's still, it's still transportation and would make the most sense to redistribute some of that money.
So the Transportation Board makes the recommendation, but town meeting ultimately makes the appropriation. So I think
In the previous years, 100K went to the senior center and about 58K went to DPW. This year, 158K is going to the teen senior pilot. And I believe it's something like 20K or so, whatever's left over is going to DPW. I don't know what DPW does with it, but.
Well, in the past, they used it for markings on the street.
So as part of Article 4, you'll see K-167, which is rideshare funds. So that shows the current status of rideshare funds. There's currently $385,000 unexpended, but there's a description of what the funds are going to be used for.
Can you tell us what?
It says senior center transportation improvements, parking maintenance, pavement marking maintenance, and right-of-way multimodal supplies.
I know that last year's TNC to the senior center was banked by the former director as a cushion for the new director to find funds to be utilized when ARPA was done. So part of that may be some of that money that has not been yet spent, but was from last year's TNC. And there is some discussion of whether TNC is required to go to senior activities or not, senior transportation, but I haven't actually found that information.
So the TNC money is supposed to basically mitigate the presence of Uber and Lyft in the community. I mean, I think you could make a strong argument that the displacement of the taxi industry and the impact on seniors is a very strong correlation.
Yeah, just going back to the earlier comments about legal's budget, if I could play devil's advocate here for a minute. Could it be perceived as retaliatory if this body penalizes legal budget for that department's perhaps originally penalizing choices? Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying. I think there's no legal argument there. I think there is a optics argument if you include the 24,000.
Okay.
I personally have a hard time with not being able to justify the 31. They spent 31 that they had, but I could, and I would personally be willing to draw back on the 24. Because that was not money they spent doing anything, and I think the optics of that are not as clear to me, and I would think to a number of others as the 31.
Okay. Thank you.
Dennis.
Melissa, you said something in response to David Mark's question earlier about teen center pilot. And you said it would require a budget amendment. Budget amendment to which budget?
Basically, we've probably reallocated TNC funds maybe once since we've started appropriating the money. So you would need a vote to reallocate it to a different budget if you wanted to move it for a different purpose.
Have we voted on it? Because
Meeting didn't vote on it.
town meeting has.
I think it's part of the CIP which we put.
No, so we allocated in the fall.
Right,
So it's
but
off cycle.
we didn't vote on it because it is allocated in the fall.
No, but the vote on that particular item happens in the fall. For
Did it
TNC.
happen last fall?
Yes.
It's
This past fall.
specifically
But
the teen
it's-
center.
Yep.
It's,
That was the big debate that we.
Yeah,
So it would be a fiscal year 26 budget amendment. That's the thing that we already.
Well, it probably should be a fiscal 27 amendment, because if you allocate it in.
I'm just confused because we're putting together the fiscal year 27 budget now.
Yeah.
So it's our budget. Why do we have to amend it?
Yeah, I would have to look at, I'd have to construct the motion and talk to finance about whether or not we probably could do it, actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
Right, so that's why I was, I think that if you wanted to pursue that, we should get a sense of the committee. Because we can always take.
I mean, the pilot.
We're gonna-
started yet, right?
I don't know what the status is.
Fran, it hasn't even started yet, right? It's just
Well,
sitting there.
I haven't been in the senior center for about a month and a half. It seems that I've been busy with committees and reelection here. They were gonna hire a part-time person and they're trying to hire 2 drivers, each part-time. But as of a month ago, nothing has happened. I hate to say this, but I think it might be a bad idea to take that money back because everyone was so excited about the program. Even though, those of us who want medical and other senior transport think it's outrageous. There's so many people who were, we have to have seniors and teens and all these interdepartmental stuff. And I think if we clawed that back, it would make many people upset. Not me, but people.
Oh, people who need the medical transport might be more upset.
Maybe this is premature and we should wait and see what happens next Tuesday. Because a lot of this may be just moot. I don't know.
So you said we were still 109,000 out of balance. Was that the number?
You had a surplus based on what you just told me.
If we took back the
You've got 105,750 identified.
that wouldn't cover the 175,
No,
but that
but
that might be.
that doesn't include the 100,000 for the teen center things, right?
What this surplus, I'm anticipating that you'd be wanting to put into the council on aging budget in order to balance.
Yeah, but you're not counting the 100,000 if we don't do that. I mean, what's the total without the 100,000 teen center thing?
150,000, 158,000.
So 175 is in the override for this proposal.
Right, but they're two different things. The pilot with the teen and seniors, 158,000, I believe.
Your question is, what is in the surplus? And have you taken that proposal and put it into the surplus? The answer is no.
Right.
So it's still with the teen and senior thing.
There were some concerns that seniors wouldn't necessarily be all that comfortable having this teen and senior transport.
Yeah, they don't wear
Well,
masks.
The idea is that there would be two half-time drivers. And before 3 o'clock, the van that was given to the senior center is only, I think, a 6-person van, would be used for senior transport. Whereas after 3 o'clock, it would be used, or whenever school
It would be
is
used
out,
for teens.
it would be used for the teens. And when I pointed out, how are you bringing all these kids from South Brookline to the teen center with a 6-person van? They basically are going to use the salary of the part-time driver at the teen center to take their bus, which is like 15 or 20 people, back and forth to a couple of schools in South Brookline. So it's pretty complicated. And yeah, the teen center, as you say, it's non-profit, but it's private. It is not part of the town. The pilot program cannot be used for medical transport because you can only book it an hour before. And the medical transport, you have to book a couple of days in advance. And nobody in their right mind is gonna count on potentially being able to use a bus an hour before they have to be at an essential doctor's. Because what happens is even with the facilities, the way they were, they were overutilized and you couldn't always get the ride you needed because it just filled up.
David Mark.
Not to change gears, but I just noticed Tim is still on the call.
I know.
And maybe we should get to that right now before it gets any later.
I'm thinking that, given that the 175 is restored in the override budget, that maybe we postpone this operating discussion until a new planned meeting on Wednesday, the 6th.
I would agree with that.
And we've discussed this. I think people can sort it out in their minds. Not saying we've come to any agreement, but I think we've thrown out some valid ideas here. And
Can we hear from Jocelyn about her amendment since Tim's on the line to see what he says?
Yes.
So
yeah,
so
so let's
And I'll talk to Emily about,
about that.
We can ask her to
That's-
come to the next meeting so that we
Okay.
can have a better
So
discussion.
so let's postpone this until Wednesday, the 6th.
Sure.
Should we make that an in-person meeting?
It's up to you, man. I'm not here Wednesday.
Yeah.
No.
I think it should probably be virtual.
Okay, so that'll be a virtual. So Lisa, if you could post a meeting for Wednesday, the 6th, and it's gonna be continuation of all this budget stuff. Just throw the whole kitchen sink at it so that our rear ends are covered. And let's move on to Jocelyn's proposal so that Tim can go to bed tonight.
He might already be in bed. So.
So thank you very much, Tim. I'm so sorry you had to wait so long, but I'm frankly glad you're here so you have an opportunity to, respond to what I have to say. I'm proposing to remove the item that appears for funding outdoor lighting of the golf course. It's a $300,000 appropriation in order to install outdoor lighting at the driving range, which is the practice. Thank you. I'm gonna read from my phone. Thank you, Dave Mark. So it's a practice range that is used simply for driving buckets of balls. This was proposed last year in the fall. And there was, I think, one or two, Tim, you can correct me, there were a couple of meetings when where people from the immediate neighborhood came out pretty strongly in opposition to this. There were also a handful of people who play golf who would like to see lighting of the golf course. But during the discussions that we had with the golf pro and the recreation director, Tim, there was a commitment made first that because the driving range is very near to the horse sanctuary and also to conservation land, a concern was raised about the impact on the environment, and it was agreed that there would be an environmental impact study or a consultation. There was also concern that the lighting would contribute to light pollution in Brookline. And there was a commitment made that the lighting would be dark sky certified. And there was also concern from the neighborhood about the increased traffic and noise that would be created by people hitting balls late at night, hanging around, drinking beer at the outdoor bar. And so there was concern about a community impact. And so it was back in the fall, these commitments were made. We understood that they were going to be made sometime in the winter, December, January, I think, Tim, was what was proposed. And none of these commitments have been made, and yet this item has appeared in the budget for installation. There also hasn't been a vetting of the proposal by the Park and Recreation Commission. There's been no discussion with this committee of the operating costs, and I would point out that the revenue from this project would flow directly into the golf course enterprise fund and would not contribute to the general fund. So there are several unanswered questions about the impact that this proposal would have on the environment and on the community. And so I would move to strike it in its entirety, or the alternative with the condition of appropriation that you see on the motion that I submitted earlier today. Which reads, I mean, my preference would be to strike it. Otherwise, the appropriation would read appropriate $300,000 or any other sum to be expended under the direction of the recreation director, with any necessary contracts over $100,000 to be approved by the select board and the Park and Recreation Commission for lighting of the golf course driving range. And what is added is provided that no expenditure shall be made until such time as the director of Parks and Open Space, in consultation with the Park and Recreation Commission, has determined that the installation of such lighting will not negatively impact the surrounding environment or community, and that the lighting to be installed is dark sky certified. I don't know if any of you are familiar with McGolf, which may not be a fair comparison because the lighting there is relatively old, but the lighting that is installed at Cypress Park, for example, is the type of lighting that is being proposed to be installed by a company called Lusco, who also installed lighting at the accessory at the fields at Dexter Southfield School. And they're extraordinarily bright because they not only have lighting that faces down, but because it's an airborne sport, they have halfway down the poles, they have lighting fixtures that face into the sky. So the lighting is quite extraordinary. I also included a link to an article that was written several years ago. It was an article in the New York Times that talked about golf courses that are installing dark sky compliant lighting. And of course, the importance of the dark sky and the environmental impact of light pollution. So I would move to strike this item until the commitments that have been made have been met, or the alternative to impose the condition that I just referred to. Thank you.
Tiff?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? All right.
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good evening. Jocelyn, thank you. So I obviously would encourage not to strike this. So I fully admit, and we've talked about it in previous meetings, then yes, we did have initial public meeting to discuss this project. And all of these concerns, which have been stated here tonight, did come up. And we did promise a follow-up, and that follow-up has taken admittedly much longer than initially anticipated. Almost everything that's been stated, dark sky compliance, traffic and noise, environmental impact, bird migrations, everything that's been spoken about publicly and concerns that have been sent our way, we plan on addressing in a public meeting through a public process. The holdup right now, just for this committee's understanding, is that the lighting plan that we are updating with Musco is not meeting our satisfaction between Justin Lawson, our pro down at the golf course, and myself. That reflects the adjustments that we're looking to make based on the community feedback. So regardless well, not regardless, but with process in place, the plan, no matter what, was to bring this back in a public meeting for a public discussion with the Park and Rec Commission to consider and take either a positive or a negative vote on. And if it's with the positive, then that money, the purpose of this transfer would make it available so that we can proceed with that vetting of the Park and Rec Commission and the public to get to a point that's satisfactory. But if it is in the negative, then we will not do it. And this money that is being transferred out or being transferred is from our retained earnings of the golf course. And again, if this is voted in the negative, then that money would go back to the retained and just not spent. So we want to make sure, through this warrant article that we have the funds available if it is found, and we are hopeful that it will be found in the positive. But we are going through the entire public process, and I would encourage that this board just allow that public process to play out.
Danelle, you had a question?
Thank you, Harry. And thank you, Tim, for staying. We appreciate it. So I'm all for the lighting. The lights at Putterham is therapeutic for me. When they hit $10 bucket of balls. I did it last week with my son. It's really therapeutic. So I'm all for the lights, and I'm actually happy that you've been in talks with the lighting. I think you call it the Moscow company, something like that. But I'm happy you've been in communications with them to try to find a compromise with the abutters. My question was, I agree with Jocelyn in regards to the outreach and the public input, not just from the people who oppose it, but for the folks who want to see the lights there, but have the lights there in a safe way. That's it's some sort of a compromise with the people who oppose it. So my question is, can you use like I'm looking at my phone right now, you guys send out a Putterham Times to folks. Is there any way, like I don't even remember how I started getting the emails from Putterham Times, but is there any way that when you get to that time, that process where the public has a say and has that and is available for meetings, can you put it in that Putterham Times so everyone can get it? And that's all I have to say. I'm excited about the lights. Sorry, Jocelyn, but I'm excited about the lights. Going to McGolf is kind of hectic. Having something here, it is actually therapeutic. Thank you.
So when it comes to notification, we do a direct mailing to the abutters of the property. So the direct neighborhood receives notification. And then from there, it's just general promotion through our channels. So I'll take your idea of using the Putterham Times under advisement with that one.
Thank you. David Marg?
I have two quick questions. You didn't really mention the the dark sky part of this, and will you commit to make sure that this does qualify under the dark sky criteria? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. And the second question is, how late will this driving place be open at night?
Be 10 p.m., which is what I believe the laws around lighting in Brookline in general. So it'll align with that.
Just till 10? Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Michael Berger?
Yes, thank you, Harry. So the Capital Subcommittee made a recommendation to hold this particular item because we didn't have the data as Mr. Davis described. It's still getting that data. There's something I want to that I asked also during our discussion. It's not just to get Park and Rec approval, but usually when there's a particular major improvement in a park, there's a process, a design review process that continues more beyond the, go, no go, but it involves the public in the process during the installation of in this case, installation of the lights and any other accessories. Other things have been talked about as well that would allow people to consume food into longer hours. There'd be lighting out there. So it's not just the lighting. It's really a process that involves the public. And so I would hope that this does not go forward until, number one, the Park and Rec Commission give approval for it and form a design review committee to essentially develop it with the golf course. Thank you.
Fran Perlin.
I have a couple of things, Tim, and I have to admit I'm an avid birder, and I went to the golf course for an event there, and I saw where this driving range is, and it's about, I don't know, 50 feet above ground level, next to a forest, next to a sanctuary. And the presentation I had seen initially was, yes, we're going to have dark sky compliant, except you have to see where the ball flies. And so we're going to have some lights going up, but they're not going to be that bright. So I'm a little concerned about that, number one. And the second thing I'm concerned about is if this money is approved, there are many times where these environmental and wildlife concerns are not considered high priority. And there's a trust issue with the community that favors and treasures its wildlife and its sanctuaries, that the town will do the right thing. And so it would make me very nervous to approve this money without a caveat requiring that the requested analysis of its impact, both on the neighborhood and the wildlife being next to a sanctuary, were done. And one would hope, Janelle, that it would be able to be done in a way that makes everyone happy. But I worry that if the money is approved, somehow the promises of checking things out don't always get done.
Thank you. Alec Lebovitz.
Thanks, Harry. Just a couple quick questions. Can you remind us how much revenue this is expected to produce annually?
Between 600 and 800,000.
Okay. And Jocelyn raised a question which I'm interested in getting an answer to, which is, since this will be revenue raised presumably under the auspices of the golf course's operation, will that revenue accrue solely to the golf revolving fund?
Yes,
So-
so it would go directly into enterprise to offset other expenses, yes.
But can I just add something here, Tim? We
Mhm.
haven't discussed this, but I think that it could also open the door for potentially revisiting the intergovernmental transfer that the Golf Enterprise Fund provides the general fund. So, to the extent that the Golf Enterprise Fund is on better financial footing, there might be an ability to share more of the costs that they currently do. So.
Correct.
But there's no certainty to what that amount might be beyond just the fact that we would assume it would go up with their fiscal position improving. Do we have any anticipation of future new costs at the golf course?
Outside of potential improvements, capital improvements to hope to fund because of this new cash flow, those would be, new growth or new needs, increase of staff salaries, everything that falls underneath the usuals of the enterprise account. So future growth and future improvements, yes.
Okay, thank you. And just one other thing, this harkens back to a debate that we had a few years ago about the land usage of the golf course. And one of the data points that emerged in that debate was the at that time fact, and I would believe this was 2022 or 23, that the vast majority of individuals playing golf at the municipal course are non-residents. So given the fact that I think there have been very valid community impact concerns raised by residents in the neighborhood, I'm wondering, has there been any consideration of seeking to raise this revenue by increasing rates for players, for non-resident players?
Yeah, so our rates for non-residents are already higher than residential rates. We are admittedly one of the most affordable golf courses in the area, which I think in turn makes us as attractive as it is, and allows us to generate the revenue that we do. So we're already delineating between resident and non-resident when it comes to fees. And as we, always look at our fees yearly with the commission, that's always taken into account as well continually.
But if we are at a lower fee structure currently than other neighboring courses, might there be an argument there that we have room to raise non-resident rates? And again, I'm curious, do you have a sense of how much of an increase in those rates would be needed to accrue this amount of revenue?
I don't have that off the tip right now. It's something I can talk to Justin about and see if we can put it together. He has an idea. There's always room. There's always the opportunity to raise rates. We just want to ensure we're still staying, as accessible as possible.
Absolutely. But I think the priority here has to remain on.
I understand. Yep,
Yeah,
I understand.
I appreciate that, Tim. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the funding source for this particular appropriation is coming from their fund balance.
Okay, thank you, Melissa.
Brian Ladd.
Yeah, Tim, I clearly understood from your statement that you don't want this appropriation to be stopped, but what I didn't get was whether or why you object to Jocelyn's conditioning it on the approval of the Parks Department as Parks Director, as she has phrased that.
I don't, and my apologies, I don't object to that because that was the process that was already in place. That this would be in front of the commission and they would have the say yes or no to direct us.
Thank you.
Can I just add a little thing about conditions of appropriation in general?
I was going to call on you for that.
That's the trouble here is that there's no enforcement mechanism. Tim is saying that it's already built into their process. As an example, we have a condition of appropriation that we've been talking about with Carol and the sustainability issues that Carol has raised during the capital subcommittee. And so the only way these things are workable is if you engage with the department head who's responsible for the enforcement. And so, I wish that Tim had prior notice so he could have explained some of this stuff to you beforehand.
Oh, we've talked about it quite a bit, so I would consider myself the enforcement mechanism because we've had long conversations about this. And Tim, I must say I was shocked to hear the revenue figure you mentioned because the highest figure I've received over the number of times we've discussed this in the past, it was around $200,000 annually. It started at something below that and then went up as the PowerPoints progressed. I don't know. The question was that net or gross? That was never clearly.
Then allow me to follow up with you then, Jocelyn. I could be misspeaking and getting my numbers mixed up this late at night, so.
Somebody did the math and said that if non-residents were charged $2 or $3 more around, that would accrue to about $200,000 a year. I don't know if that number is correct or not, but the slides that I have from the earlier discussions of this show revenue of 200,000 in the range of $200.
Yep, then I apologize. I must have misspoken, got my numbers confused, so.
Okay, thank you.
Call the question.
Regardless, a significant amount of money to be raised.
I will take,
Can I add one last thing?
Uh,
So, apologies. If there's no enforcement mechanism, I would go back to my original motion, which is to strike the item.
thank you. Lee, we'll call the question after the two people who have signed up, get their say. Carlos?
Yes, Melissa, you just mentioned the shared costs that they could go back to the town, or what did you call them?
So the intergovernmental costs, I
Right.
think that, the history of the golf course is that, there had been, people may remember it was called the town fee. And the golf course sent money to the general fund over and above kind of what was allocated for benefits and other things. That changed when there was a deficit in the golf course that needed to be corrected. And then the golf course has slowly but steadily been doing all these improvements to try and put themselves on better footing. And I think that once they get kind of, it's growing and growing, and to the extent that they are financially in a much better position, I think that there's a legitimate ask from the town about contributing more.
And but is there a number now, like, what does the town pay to their enterprise fund, so the enterprise fund pays for most of the stuff that happens in there?
Yeah, all the expenses
All the
are
expenses.
covered, yep.
Does the town pay for anything? No.
So, Tim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that you fully cover all of your costs currently.
Correct. Yep, 100%.
So this would be a sort of donation to the town, I guess.
It's like an allocation of overhead.
Yeah, so for the health insurance,
No, I thought.
For the employee.
The time that she's spending, talking to us or the.
Okay, so that's not,
Right, you could make an argument that there are pieces of the town that support the golf course that we're currently not charging.
but health insurance and so forth is.
They fully
They
cover
cover
those costs, but
health
you
insurance
could,
and
just like in water and sewer, we have, a piece of the, engineering time, we have pieces of finance time, those are
That's
things
what I
that
thought
are
it was.
part of the assessment for
I was
water
just
and
confused.
sewer.
Do we know what that number is? Or
No, I mean, I just said I haven't talked to Tim about it, so this was the first he's heard that is, a direction that we might want to go.
Harry?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to echo this concern. I think, would we make this a condition of appropriation as well, or how and when do we pursue this?
Make what?
Yeah, I mean, just governmental fund.
It's something that the town tries to do, whatever they can, with respect to enterprise funds or revolving funds. and stuff
Right,
like
so
that.
as an example, there's a current loan that the town provided the golf course. That for a maintenance shed that they basically were able to get from the country club. The note on that loan has not been paid off. They could pay that off earlier. There was 1 year when they had a healthy fund balance that they paid twice the amount that they were allocating. So there are other ways that we can get kind of a boost from their success.
Lisa Jonas?
They're calling
Yeah.
the question.
I'm just concerned about the wording of the condition of appropriation. Given that nothing did happen, even though it was promised, I'm just wondering how Parks and Open Space in consultation with the Park and Recreation Commission has determined that such lighting will not negatively impact the surrounding environment or community. I'm not clear. I don't understand how they would be able to determine that. Do they have in-house staff has expertise in that, or I'd like to see something in there that would actually ensure that what is stated here would actually occur.
So again, Elisa, the process that we're planning that's in place would that we would return to the Park and Rec Commission with all the answers to all the questions that are listed, and all the feedback that we received, and we would give our presentation on that based on the professionals that we've consulted with, based on the information that we've gathered, based on the change to the specifications of the systems that we initially presented, in hopes that it satisfies both the Park and Rec Commission's concerns as well as the communities. And then again, from there, it's either a positive or a negative, and we'd move forward either way.
Is that something that could be in writing? What the professionals have to say about whether it'll impact the surrounding environment negatively or positively, or?
Yeah, we'll be doing a full presentation with all of that, yes.
Okay.
Is there going to be a report from a consultant?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Is there going to be a report from a consultant, or is it just going to be you relaying the conversations you've had with someone? I think that's sort of
both.
Both.
Yeah.
Great.
I have, Lee, you called the question. I have one more person who would like to make a comment. Would you hold your call for one more comment?
Yeah.
Michael Berger.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Harry. So I would favor the motion by Jocelyn to really not do a condition, but to strike it, because at this particular point in the future, perhaps we can move it, but we have no information. And I have to stress that the decision of Park and Recreation is not sufficient to go ahead with this. We have a process that we use at Lars Anderson, we use at other parks, that involves a process, the design review process that incorporates neighbors. So it's not just a presentation, a vote yes and up, but it's an ongoing process that involves people from the community, and usually turns out to be terrific. And I think it would if that were the case.
So I'll move to strike.
Second.
So that's actually essentially no action on CIP item
25, is it still that number?
No, it's.
I know it's changed.
Are we voting on that part of it tonight, or are we gonna hold off until Wednesday on this too?
I honestly don't care.
On the
It's not here on Wednesday.
On the table, it's 10:50.
It's an enterprise one, so I would vote on it.
Because it's set, yeah,
Discussing it for 3/4 of an hour. Let's just get it done.
Item 55.
on item 55, my preference would be to take a vote while we're fresh in our minds. CIP item 55. All right, so I assume there was a second.
Second.
One of the many. All right,
Can I suggest the condition of appropriation?
you may. So you want to amend the amendment.
Yeah.
Which amendment?
Well, she has a motion of no action on CFA item 55, but what he wants to do is replace
that with a condition.
that with a condition of appropriation on CAP item 55.
Why don't we wait to see how the vote is on Jocelyn's motion? If it fails, then we can take up the other alternative.
We can do it in either order. It doesn't really make a difference to.
If I can just comment on, although I appreciate that amendment, I had forgotten about the design review piece, so it's actually in.
Could we
The
add
condition I
that?
proposed is incomplete.
Good. All right, so I'll make another amendment to add a design review process into this condition of appropriation.
So my suggestion would then be, we will take an up or down vote on Jocelyn's amendment. If it passes, we're done. If it fails, we'll come back and revisit it with better language, and then we'll try to throw it together at 11:25.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna vote on Jocelyn's striking of CIP item 55. Whoever's left, I think we barely have a quorum. I'll have one other thing that Neil wants to put on the table. Michael.
Yes.
Harry Bors.
No.
Cliff,
No.
Elise,
Yes.
Harry Friedman.
Yes.
David Martin,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Harry,
No.
Elisa,
Yes.
Janice.
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Alex,
Yes.
Carol.
Carol's gone.
Okay. Liz,
Yes.
Jocelyn,
Yes.
Donnell,
No.
oops, sorry. Fran,
Yes.
David,
No.
Carlos,
I have to abstain. I'm a user of that. Of course.
Lee,
Yes.
Christine. Did she leave?
I think, no, she's here.
Well, I don't see
Sorry, I
her.
forgot to unmute. No.
No, all right, so 13 in favor, 6 opposed, and 1 abstention. Our recommendation is for no action from that CAA. Neil, we might end up discussing your amendment in more detail on Wednesday, but you should at least explain to people what you're proposing.
Sure, so I think I don't need to explain the underlying issue, which will become apparent once I explain what the proposed condition of appropriations. Let me start here with explanation. So as we know, our government is divided into distinct branches. There's the executive branch, there's the legislature, we have school committee, we have library trustees, and so on. The separation appropriately prevents the concentration of power, with each branch having unique limited powers. It hinders one branch and the separation, and in particular, the executive branch, from dominating the other branches, right? And in that context, the proposed condition of appropriation underscores the separation. And so the condition of appropriation that I propose is this. Except by majority vote of the select board, voting in open session and following a properly noticed public hearing. No town funds other than those under control of the school committee, because we can't control the school committee. So no town funds other than school committee shall be expended on any matter related to allegations of misconduct by, this is a list. The list is everybody outside of the select board executive. So it's the moderator, a town meeting member, member of the advisory committee, member of the committee on sound organization and structure, a moderator appointed member of any town body, the town clerk, a member of the school committee, a library trustee, or a constable. They are free to administratively investigate anybody they want, but as soon as they cross over that separation of power line, none of this changes any authority that they may have, which, by the way, we have no idea what authority they do have. That was a question I've asked 6 times without a citation. I asked for a citation, haven't received it. And so for the record, I have no idea what authority they have to do any of these things anyway. But in any case, I think that crossing the separation of powers line is appropriate to have the exception, which doesn't add any preference to anybody, except that if they're going to do that for this list, expend money, then it should be a public vote of the select board following the public hearing.
And for the record, I gave Neil a number of pieces of constructive, well, hopefully constructive feedback regarding a whole variety of hypothetical situations that might cause potential concerns, including unwanted disclosure of complaints and the like. I don't know if you wanted to comment on that.
So I'll comment on one. So any item that would appropriately be covered in executive session and therefore would preclude disclosure, would come to a vote of the select board and a public hearing without that disclosure. But they still have to have a public hearing and say, we want to spend this money. It involves one of these people on the list. We can't tell you who it is. We can't tell you what department it's in. We can't tell you what it's about. But we're required by this condition of appropriation to have a public hearing. And they'll have the public hearing and they'll have the public vote. It doesn't stop anything that they are otherwise authorized to do. Or disclose anything they're otherwise, to disclose anything that wouldn't otherwise be a public record.
I don't even think all this stuff, I really think and there were so many hypotheticals, but the way it's worded, if you were arrested by the police for some crime, and the police who are in the executive branch started an investigation, would they be prohibited from doing so without a vote of the select board? I mean, there are just a lot of hypotheticals. It might be better as a bylaw in a future town meeting.
No,
but
no, because it's an active item now. I'll give you the parallel example. That could have been a bylaw, but it was brought as a condition of appropriation because it was timely. And that was the condition of appropriation that prohibited purchase by the town of police riot gear without a public hearing and a vote of the select board. Didn't prohibit anything. All it did was it required that if that was going to take place, it take place outside of the shadows. By the way, I don't consider an arrest, right, an expenditure of town funds that way. And neither would anybody reading this.
So we're not gonna pay the police while they're investigating. They're gonna get a salary,
They're paid for it. That's not what this does.
Okay.
But since this will be presumably debated as part of the debate on Wednesday, I would encourage you to think through some of these things and prepare, because a lot of times we don't think through these things until we get into this room. And it would be nice, because this is a big enough issue, prepare some of that. I didn't mean to cut you off if you had something you want to ask you.
That is,
Yes.
We've been at this for 4.5 hours.
We're stopping now.
Oh, okay. So we're not gonna vote on this tonight.
No, we're not.
But in that case,
Do we have other conditions of maybe
We do, but they're kind of standard, and the only new item that we have is the one that Harold, Alexander, and I developed together.
Okay, so are you available Wednesday, May 6th?
I'm planning on it.
Okay, so it'll be on Zoom.
So that's our next, we have a meeting on,
So we have a meeting on Thursday, 2 nights from now. It's on Zoom. It involves the police department appropriations transfer, warrant article 25, anti-collaboration, warrant article 17, prohibitions on immigration enforcement, reconsideration of warrant article 21, Medicare for all, due to a slight wording change, and the articles covered by special town meeting, which is basically Chestnut Hill West. So that will be this Thursday.
and David, you have an announcement?
Yeah, so briefly, on the special town meeting one and the materials that you don't have yet. The land use subcommittee has been burning the afternoon oil, working on this. We finally came to votes yesterday. We have no recommendations because our votes were, all our votes, most of our votes, except for the last one, were split down the middle. Because it's so detailed, the work is so detailed, the minutes are actually quite important and are very different than the reports. Because the minutes get into stuff that needs to be reported, but isn't really stuff that we can deal with at the advisory committee level. Which is to say that I spent a good part of today, but haven't even completed the minutes from yesterday, and I haven't started the report. So I'm just putting everybody on notice that I will be sending out some materials tomorrow, which won't include the
subcommittee report, which I'm gonna try to make high level and relatively brief. And so I encourage you, if you're not particularly familiar with the articles and all of the issues, to do a little bit of advanced work with the materials, including minutes, that I will share tomorrow, because I can't guarantee that I will have the report done, particularly in advance of our meetings on Thursday night, and we really don't have other options for when to take this up. If we could wait until later, that would be fine, but it's really major things to come before town meeting, and this is our opportunity to get our recommendation to town meeting in a timely way.
Has your subcommittee finished the work? Are you done meeting?
We are done meeting. We took several 3-3 votes, and so we'll have a lively discussion at advisory. And what I want to do is get us to that discussion and not spend hours answering questions about the details of real estate and development and stuff, because we just spent 8 hours of it in subcommittee, very actively having those very interesting discussions, but we just can't afford to redo that. And it's all going to be in the minutes. So if you're interested in that level, read my minutes. 2 of them have already been published. I just haven't published the ones from yesterday. Thank you.
Great.
Don't you have 7 people on?
Are we adjourned?
John Dodd
Yeah, we're
couldn't
adjourned.
make it on.
Okay.
He said he was going to be there, then he didn't show up.
Thank you, everybody.
Stop recording.
Good night.